Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Case 1. Shannon Catherine Ruzek was born on January 10, 1984, to parents Frank and Sandra Ruzek, pronounced Shannon by friends and Shannon by her family. She grew up with her younger brother, Frank Jr., or Frankie, in Aberdeen, North Carolina. The family was small and close. According to Shannon's friends and family, she was a go-getter from the start. When she put her mind to something, she did whatever she needed to do to accomplish it. She was a boss in every good sense of the word. When Shannon was around 18, she married for about 6 years before it ended in divorce. Shannon herself would later recall how, although the relationship was painful, she grew from it, and eventually became stronger for it. And that's who Shannon was, learning from her experiences, growing, and finding happiness. It was during one of her particularly challenging life experiences in August of 2010, having just been in a car accident and facing the painful recovery process, as well as just being diagnosed with lupus, that she met Chris Watts. In 2010, Shannon had a Facebook account, but was not a regular poster. It was on that platform that she received a friend request from a man she didn't know. He was a cousin of a friend of hers. She figured, and I got a friend request from Chris on Facebook. And I was like, oh, what the heck, I'm never going to meet him. Except, Christopher Lee Watts was born on May 16, 1985, in Spring Lake, North Carolina, to parents Ronnie and Cindy Watts. The couple also had a daughter, Chris's older sister, Jamie. As a child, Chris loved playing sports, including basketball, baseball, and football. He also loved NASCAR racing, which he'd attend with his dad. Chris was always described as quiet and easygoing, someone who got along with everyone. In his Pine Forest High School yearbook, he's described as being into automotive repairs, and he appeared on the patriotic page. After graduating Pine Forest, Chris attended NASCAR Tech, a trade school specializing in motorsport technology careers. As is often the case when it comes to attraction, Chris's personality was the opposite of Shannon's. While Shannon was outgoing and gregarious, Chris was the opposite, shying away from attention. He didn't date throughout high school, with Shannon being his first serious relationship longer than 6 months. After Shannon met Chris on Facebook, she fell in love with the platform. It became her means to connect with family and friends, both old and new. She became a prolific poster, chronicling her battles, her triumphs, her everyday highs and lows, so that her friends, family, and followers could intimately keep up with all that was Shannon. Shannon and Chris's relationship flourished. After almost 2 years of dating, the couple decided to move to Colorado. So, in 2012, Chris arrived ahead of Shannon, living in the basement of a family that Shannon had briefly been the nanny for back in North Carolina. Shannon joined him in a couple months, and they continued staying there until their home in Colorado was finished being built. The couple married on November 3, 2012, back in North Carolina. They moved into their 5-bedroom home in Frederick, Colorado, and began planning and living out their seemingly picture-perfect lives together. Chris had already gotten a job at the local Ford dealership as a mechanic, and Shannon got a job there as a salesperson as well. And it didn't take long for them to start growing their family. By February of the following year, 2013, Shannon was pregnant with her first child. Bella Marie Watts was born in December of 2013. And less than 2 years later, in July 2015, they welcomed a second daughter, Celeste Catherine Watts, who they lovingly called Cece. 2015 was a busy year for the couple. Aside from Cece being born, Chris landed a new job as a field coordinator at Anadarko, a local oil and natural gas drilling company. And Shannon was working at a call center at a children's hospital. The couple was bringing in about $90,000 per year, but it wasn't enough. They had accumulated a significant amount of debt. With over $70,000 in credit card debt, student loans, and medical bills, particularly a $25,000 out-of-pocket expense for neck surgery that Shannon had to have, and 2 years of regular doctor visits trying to get the girls properly diagnosed, they decided they couldn't meet their monthly expenses. They filed for bankruptcy that year. But things would start to look up. At the beginning of 2016, Shannon joined Lovell, a multi-level marketing company selling vitamin-infused patches. She was a natural, being the caring, giving go-getter that all her friends knew her to be, someone who people instantly wanted to be friends with. She grew to becoming a top producer, earning vacations, allowances, and according to Chris and a friend of hers, a handsome income. She once posted about how the company pays her a monthly automobile bonus. Both on Facebook and in real life, Shannon's friends and family could see that she was happy. And by all accounts, those same friends and family, without exception, knew Chris to be a kind, quiet, and loving husband and a dedicated, doting father. Both parents adored their children and were raising them to be confident and caring. Well, one thing led to another, and 8 years later we have 2 kids. We live in Colorado, and he's the best thing that has ever happened to me. Shortly after posting that video in 2018, Shannon learned that she was pregnant again. She posted how she shared the moment with Chris on Facebook. "I like that shirt." "Really? Really? That's awesome. So pink means..." "That's just the test." "I know. It just says that pink is gonna be girls." "I don't know. Just the test." "That's awesome." Chris appeared happy. A gender reveal party was planned, but it would never happen. Shannon had been away for the weekend on a work-related trip, while Chris was home with the 2 girls for the weekend. At about 1:48 a.m. after a flight delay, an exhausted Shannon is finally dropped off at home by her friend, Nicole Atkinson, who was also on the trip with her. Later that morning, friends have grown worried that they'd not heard from Shannon and that she wasn't returning their calls or texts. Then, once they learned that she was a no-show for an OB appointment, something she would never miss, they're beyond concerned. Nicole Atkinson, the friend who dropped Shannon off in the wee hours of that morning, drives to Shannon's house with her 16-year-old and 2-year-old sons. She becomes even more concerned when there's no answer, and she can see the shoes Shannon wears every day just inside the front door. And her car is still in a garage, visible through the windows at the top. She calls police requesting a well check. They arrive within minutes. "Hi, you're Nicole?" "Yes." "What's going on?" "So my friend, we were out of town for a business trip this weekend." "Right. And I dropped her off at 2 o'clock this morning. She's 15 weeks pregnant, and she wasn't feeling well. And she had a doctor's appointment this morning at 9, and I told her to let me know. She was very distraught over the weekend, wasn't eating normally or drinking, and we kept trying to force it on her because she's pregnant. Her husband and her supposedly are separating, but she didn't know this. She thought they were just having issues. He disclosed that to me today, because I called him, and I was like, "Have you talked or heard from Shannon since you left for work this morning? Because I can't get a hold of her. I've called, I've texted. Her car's in the garage. Her shoes she wears every single day are by the front door. She only has one vehicle?" "No, they only have the one vehicle and a truck." "Okay, that's what I'm asking. They went on a play date, but they're 4 and 2. She went on a play date? Why wouldn't she have taken a car? They're both in the car seat." Police search the outside of the home. The officer gets Chris on the phone and asks him if he knows where his wife and kids are. He says he doesn't, but that he'll be home in about 5 minutes. After a few minutes, Chris arrives home. He immediately goes into the garage and begins searching Shannon's car. Then he goes into the house through the inner garage door and closes it. He's in the house alone for just over a minute before opening the front door for police and Nicole. Then, Nicole discovers Shannon's cell phone. The stark difference between the level of concern shown by Nicole versus by Chris is clear. "How's that going?" "Civil for the most part." "Did she tell you anything about leaving, moving out?" "Not moving out. The last time I talked to her was this morning. She said she was going to take the kids to a friend's house, and she asked where she was going to be. I've texted her today and never heard anything, but the car is here. Unless somebody came and picked her up, but the people that I know, nobody's heard from them, nobody's seen them." "Right." Police notice that there is no bedding on the bed. It has been stripped off and bundled on the floor. They find pillowcases and the top sheet in the kitchen trash, but the fitted sheet is missing. Other than that, they don't see any signs of foul play. Chris explains that Shannon usually likes to wash the sheets after she slept in them after traveling to get the airport off of them. One thing that's clear to everyone searching is that the house is locked up tight from the inside, so there would be no way for an intruder to escape the home, leaving everything locked from the inside unless they left through the garage. Police learn that the next-door neighbor has a surveillance camera, and they head over to see what he may have captured. About this time, Detective Dave Baumover, the sole detective of the Frederick Police Department, is called in to join the search. They hit the jackpot. The camera is pointed directly in the direction of the Watts home. The footage shows that the only person to come or go from the Watts home, at least from the front, is Chris himself. while Chris begins to over-explain himself. I loaded my stuff up, my coolers, my water jugs, my book bag, my computers, some of the tools that I had from the toolbox. I knew I was going to have to do some pumping in the rubbers today. That's why I was out so far. The neighbor explains how the camera will pick up any movement in the vicinity, while an increasingly anxious Chris continues rambling about questions he has not been asked. My detective just showed up, so he'll probably want to talk to you. You probably, like I said, you might have to call out the bank and see if there's any kind of activity. Because if there is any sort of action, I would have got it. I have had issues the other week when people were kind of stealing stuff out of like garages and stuff like that. And I have parked my car. I have your car right here. I can see where someone tried to jimmy with a flat-head screwdriver. Over there. But if any action were to happen, any cars or anything left at your house, I would have got it. Oh, I don't pick up anything coming down the street. Chris's level of stress at this point is visible and obvious. Being stressed about his family having disappeared is not an abnormal reaction. But he didn't show that level of stress prior to viewing the video. Viewing that for an innocent person should not add additional stress. After they finished watching the video, Chris hightails it out of there. The officer stays behind. All right, I appreciate your time. You just want to go talk to him. I'm going to get his info real quick. He brought them back as far as he looked. He used his stuff in and out of the garage. Right. He doesn't look worried. He looks like he's trying to cover his tracks. You know what I'm saying? Right. And if he's loading his stuff, why isn't he walking back and forth? But I can't see what he's doing in the back of the truck because he's holding on to the garage. Yeah, and he knows my camera's there. No, I'm just saying it's kind of odd that he pulled his stuff back behind my camera. But he never backs his truck into the driveway. And he's right. Chris was strict about never driving his truck onto the driveway out of fear of getting oil from the tires onto the driveway. You can ask them. He's normally quiet. What's up, dude? He's over here telling me 3 times what he took out, what he did, what he did, what he did. He never talks. So the fact that he's over here blabbing his mouth makes me kind of suspicious. 34-year-old Shannon, 4-year-old Bella, and 3-year-old Cece are officially considered missing. What's official storyline is that Shannon arrived home just before 2 a.m. from her business trip. He claims they had an emotional conversation before he left for work at about 5:15 a.m. No one hears from Shannon for about 7 hours until her neighbor arrives at her home at about noon, finding no one there. Once Chris arrives, they find Shannon's phone, her purse, her wallet, money, and ID, and even the children's critical medication, which she never left home without. Her car was in the garage and still contained the girls' car seats. The next day, the FBI and the CBI join the investigation. While police are searching his home with police dogs, Chris has agreed to be interviewed by 2 news stations. When I got home yesterday, it was like a ghost town. Like she wasn't here. Kids weren't here. I have no idea, like, where they went. If she wasn't here, like, where did she go? Like, once I got here, it was like, alright, who can I call? If she's vanished, like, I want her back so bad. I want those kids back so bad. Last night, I wanted that knock on the door. I wanted to see those kids run in, just barrel rush me, and just give me a hug and knock me on the ground. I'm hoping that somebody sees something or somebody knows something and comes forward. Right now, it's got K9 units, the sheriff's department. Everybody's like, they're doing their best right now to figure out, like, if they can get a scent. I called her 3 times, texted her about 3 times just to say, right now, I don't even want to just, like, throw anything out there. Like, I hope that she's somewhere safe right now and with the kids. That's why last night was just horrible. I couldn't do it. I just, Sean and Bella, Celeste, if you're out there, just come back. Like, if somebody has her, just please bring her back. I need to see everybody. I need to see everybody again. This house is not complete without anybody here. Please bring her back. From the start, Chris's lack of emotions was on display for everyone to see and speculate. Psychologists noted that he even appeared to be smiling, or even laughing at times. Investigators called Chris Watts to the police department that evening for questioning. FBI Special Agent Graham Coder conducts the first interview with Watts that evening. Agent's suspicions of Watts were already heightened by his near-emotionless behavior during the television interviews he granted. Then, as the questioning with investigators progressed, there were red flags. For starters, he kept referring to his wife and daughters in the past tense, like when he was shown a picture of his daughters. No matter if it was 100 degrees outside or what, she loved those shoes. She always loved those shoes. And Bella, she always wore some flip-flops. She always will. She's a sight. She was the gully girl. But for the most part, during the 3-plus-hour interview, Watts sticks to the story that he and Shannon had planned to separate, that she said she was going to stay with a friend, and that he had no idea where his wife and kids were. He does admit that things are beginning to look worrisome. Okay, at one point, Agent Coder shares with Watts his perspective of how everything is looking. What do you think about that? I know, you have to look at every vantage point. This is something I would never do to my kids or my wife. At all. But at this point, even though the agent doesn't call it out, his wife and kids are supposedly merely missing. And given his claim that she said she was going to a friend's house, being sick to his stomach because he would never do this to his wife and kids when nothing has been revealed to have been done is telling. The highly skilled agent uses well-proven tactics to coax Watts into divulging what happened, including positive reinforcement to befriend him. But they're not letting him get away with anything either. 1 p.m. I'm now on my way home to check on my family. Is that just because you're worried based on the conversation I had with Nicole? Had the police contacted you by then? No. Okay. 2, I arrived, sorry, go ahead. But Nicole said she was probably going to call the cops. Okay. All right. Now, so it sounds like Nicole's pretty worried. More worried than you. Once she couldn't get anything out of her and nothing was going on at the house, I was like, all right, I gotta go home. But it sounds like Nicole was more worried. Yeah, because if she doesn't text me, I understand that. Sometimes that happens. Okay. But for her not to get back to her direct sales group, that was very unorthodox. Okay. Agent Coder asks what's about any infidelity. So I need to ask you about your marriage and infidelity. Okay. Tell me about it. I have never cheated on my wife. Okay. And I fully suspect she has never done that to me. Oh, okay. She's always been a trustworthy person. I've always been a trustworthy person. I fully expect, if we ever thought about straying another way, that we would tell each other before it happened. I think that sounds ridiculous. But he wasn't telling the truth. What Watts doesn't know is that detectives are already aware that he's having an affair. Early that morning, they've been alerted by the head of security at Watts' job that the company had discovered email evidence of a possible affair between Watts and a coworker. Shortly after that, the coworker herself, Nicole Kessinger, also came forward to police, claiming that she wanted to divulge their relationship to them and share what she knew about Watts. So while Watts was being interviewed, police were also interviewing Nicole, who we'll refer to as Kessinger to differentiate her from Shannon's friend, Nicole Atkinson. During this first of several police interviews which took place in a park, Kessinger downplayed her relationship with Chris, stating that it wasn't that serious and that Watts was more into her than she was into him. She claimed Watts told her that he was separated and at the end of divorce proceedings. According to Kessinger, after the disappearance, she learned that Shannon was pregnant and that Watts had lied about it. She said that if he could lie about that, she wondered what else could he lie about and worried for the missing family's safety. More on Kessinger in a bit. Meanwhile, back at Chris's interview, he hasn't wavered. Since he insists he's telling the truth, police ask him if he will undergo a polygraph test. He agrees. So at 11 p.m., after nearly 4 hours of questioning and no probable cause to hold him, they plan to part ways for the night and have Chris return in the morning for the polygraph. I want to talk to you again tomorrow. I want you to get a good night's sleep and a good breakfast and a good workout, whatever you got to do, whatever your morning routine is. Chris's father has flown into Colorado to support his son. Chris picks him up from the airport the next morning, and the two of them head for the police station and Chris's polygraph. Before the test begins, CBI agent Tammy Lee, who will be administering the test, explains what he can expect. There's actually only 2 ways you can fail a polygraph, okay? The first way would be if you fail to follow my instructions. I'm going to give you a lot of instructions today about how to sit still, how to answer questions, things like that. If you fail to follow those instructions, you will not pass today's test, okay? The second way would be if you choose to lie to me today. Obviously, this is about 100% truth. Even if there's something that you didn't tell the investigators since Monday, I guess, is when you and the police were involved. If there's something that you didn't tell them since Monday, that is totally fine. I get it. People aren't going to remember every single detail every time they talk to someone. As long as you tell me what the truth is today, you will have no problem passing. And honestly, I hope that, if you did have something to do with their disappearance, it would be really stupid for you to come in and take a polygraph today. Right? It would be really dumb. You should not be here right now sitting in this chair if you had anything to do with Shannon and the little girl's disappearance. During the baseline testing, Agent Lee asks Chris to deliberately tell a lie, so they can see what a lie looks like for him on the detector. They find that his lies are obvious. So, you obviously are a really bad liar. Have people told you that before? Like, the second you tell a lie, like, they can tell, like, on your face that, because the second you lied to them over 3, like, I don't know if you heard me clicking, but I didn't, like, turn down the sensitivity because you're starting to go off the page. So, that is what I need to see as a polygrapher, because that tells me that you know what's wrong to tell a lie, and you're actually having a significant reaction when you lie. So that is awesome. So, thank you for being a proper liar. No, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We don't want to be good liars. So, thank you for being a horrible liar. Then the real questions come. The test is about to begin. Please remain still. Do you know where Shannon is now? Chris failed the polygraph test. He didn't just fail. Investigators said he scored shockingly low. Police confront Chris about the results and tell him that he needs to come clean. So, it was completely clear that you were not honest during the testing, and I think you already know that. He did not pass the polygraph. So, now we need to talk about probably ready to do that. I didn't lie to you on that polygraph, I promise. Chris, I'm going to stop. It's time. I'm going to stop for a minute and take a deep breath. I want you to take a deep breath right now. We're not here to play games. We're not here to do anything. Everything that I told you, I did not lie. I don't know how much I can tell you right now. I did not lie. It's not even an option right now. You did not pass the polygraph, so I know you were being deceptive. So that's not even an issue right now. The issue right now is what happened to Shannon, Bella, and Celeste. That's the issue right now. This is where the rubber meets the road, Chris. Don't let this continue any longer, please. I'm not trying to make anything continue. I want them back home. But you know they're not coming back home. Agent Lee calls him out for not having shed a single tear. I just find it hard to hear you talk about having this emotional conversation with Shannon, and you're bawling and crying together. And you have not shed one tear in 2 days that you've been here. Not one. And help me understand that, because I don't get it. These are your baby girls. And you have not shed one tear over them not being around. Chris, I lose my 4-year-old in the store for 10 seconds, and I start to go panic. Panic. I have not seen any of that from you. At all. Help me understand that. I would never do any of this, because I haven't shed a tear. Yeah, that's weird. Is that weird? Don't look into that like I don't love my baby girl and my wife. You're crying with your wife that you're leaving her. Yeah, but you don't cry that you're 2 little baby girls. I'm hoping they're still around. I'm hoping they're still somewhere. After a few more minutes, Agent Coder takes a different approach. But you are in here today lying about something else. We need to talk about that, okay? I cheated on her. I know. And this is very good. I'm not proud of it. I don't think anything like that could happen. I don't think I'd ever do it, but I did. I know. Keep going. She accused me of it. I denied it. I cheated on her, and I felt horrible for it. She was pregnant, and it was... I don't want to hurt her. I cheated on her emotionally. I cheated on her. You're doing a good job. This is the Chris that I knew would come out today. This is the Chris who tells the truth because you're a truth teller. When Agent Coder says, I know, he's subtly sending a message to Watts that not only does he know about the affair, but he may also know much more. But Watts still holds out, not backing down. So Detective Lee decides to deploy a proven strategy of offering Watts a scapegoat. She does it by vilifying Shannon. Chris, did Shannon do something to them? No, I don't know. I'm serious. I have no clue. No, you wouldn't know because they didn't leave the house. Did Shannon do something to them? And then did you feel like you had to do something to Shannon? They were at the house when I left. They were there. They weren't there. They didn't leave. They vanished. I mean, I want to believe that maybe Shannon did it, and you felt compelled to fix this so Shannon didn't look bad. That's what I want to believe. But I don't know. You're not telling me that, so it makes me think of the worst. Like, did you? I did not do anything. I'll bring it home. I did not do anything. That's good. I did not do anything. What did Shannon do to them? The strategies are starting to pay off. He starts to get emotional, but still will not admit anything. How about this? If we brought your dad in here, would you please? With Chris eager to talk to his dad, agents weigh the consideration, fully aware that the risk of him lawyering up may increase once he talks with his dad. They take the risk, hoping that the close bond the two of them share may instead lead to an acknowledgement. I was going to make all their bodies off or something. I mean, I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what nothing else to do. Chris has confessed to the very scenario agents offered up to him. And with that confession, he accurately foretells his fate to his father. The agents return, and while they are confident that Chris was only taking advantage of the scapegoat scenario they offered up, the first order of business was to locate the bodies. None of this makes sense. Why would she get my G girls? So Chris, were they in something? Are they all three out there, Chris? I know. I didn't know what else to do. I was like, oh, I just did this, Dad just did that. What do I do? Right. Anything that I would do from there was just going to be just insensitive and just a horrible thing. You were in a tough spot. What can you do, right? In an effort to help locate the bodies without Chris having to go to the site again, Agent Coder asks whether a coworker could help. Would you prefer them to be one of your coworkers? Oh my God, no. 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 I cannot have that. You're about to become a good man. They're going to say this. You're like, what the K did you do to Chris? Why is this going? How should we do it? Well, they weren't in your shoes. They don't know. I know. They weren't living your life. I know, but still it's like I can't ever like. We'll just go a little steps at a time. How about that? I can't have anybody show you out there. Anybody, no coworkers, please. Okay. I mean, they're just going to form their own opinions anyways once they figure everything out anyway. We'll just take a little steps at a time. How about that? With Chris breaking down at every mention of returning to the site, the agents leave the father and son and return after about half an hour. They escort Chris's father out to take a restroom break, after which he's taken to his own interview room. There, he vouches for his son's character and that he'd never do anything to harm his children. He also repeatedly refers to Shannon as unstable, bipolar, as having mood swings, and generally manipulative and antagonistic toward him and his wife. That's me and my wife. Most of my wife's having a hard time getting on with it, but she's, I call her a narcissist. Narcissist is kind of a personality, what she thinks she is. Bipolar also, but she has these mood swings and stuff, and she just said I don't realize how unstable she was. Who said that? My son did. When did he say that? I don't know. I don't know what he was talking about. Whatever. That's the way she is. She's bipolar. 016. No doubt. Back in Chris's interrogation room, agents return with a fresh photo of the site where Chris claimed he disposed of the bodies, Survey 319. Earlier that day, while Chris was busy failing his polygraph test, physical and drone searches were being conducted on the site after investigators obtained Chris's work truck's GPS data. They pinpointed his location on the morning of the disappearance. The searches revealed and photographed the missing fitted sheet from the couple's bed, along with freshly moved dirt consistent with a shallow grave. Presented with the photos, they asked Chris to mark the locations where he disposed each of the bodies. So Tammy, I was just telling him, I wanted to show him that picture. Yeah, and then we're going to talk a little bit about how the rest of the night's going to go. So what's the name of your channel? What is that? It's the BRC survey. Whereabouts is Sean-Ann and the girl? It's the Pittsburgh. It's the Pittsburgh, yeah. Does that ask for Sean-Ann? Okay. And where are the girls at? In me. So which one is, do you know which one? Are they in the tanks? Yeah. Can somebody who doesn't know what they're doing open those? Okay. It's easy to open them. What's in the tanks? It's a mixture of oil and water. Chris marks the drone photo, designating the locations of each of his family members' bodies. S for Sean-Ann, B for Bella, C for Sullist. The reason he was so reluctant to divulge their locations was because he had disposed of his little girls' bodies in 2 huge tanks of crude oil, an environment where trained engineers in hazmat suits would only be able to survive for a few minutes due to the toxic fumes that they give off. With the locations of the bodies now identified, agents returned their attention to Chris in search of more answers. His claim now is that after he told Sean-Ann that he wanted to separate, he went downstairs. Then, after hearing noises upstairs, he went back up and first noticed Bella on the baby monitor, lifeless in her bed. Then, the monitor cycled to Cece's room, and Chris saw Sean-Ann strangling her. He says that he ran to where they were, threw Sean-Ann off of Cece, and in a fit of rage, strangled Sean-Ann. The agents never believed a story that so conveniently matched the one they lobbed to him to get his confession rolling. It didn't match the evidence at all. They were all but certain he was the culprit behind all the killings, supported by the fact that he had changed details of his account at least 3 times between his confession to his dad and the interrogations immediately following. But he would only acknowledge murdering Sean-Ann, not the girls, the cause of death being her hands. And what I mean by that, and I should be very clear, is that some of it's hard to believe that your wife did it. You can imagine that. Okay, so is it possible that maybe she did one, and then you got Shannon, so you did to Shannon what she did to one of your daughters, and then you had to just do it to the other one? I don't think. Okay, so that's not? No. Okay, is it possible that, is there any other way where we might see your hands on the girl's neck? No. Okay, and you know what I mean, because when we find their little bodies, we're going to see the diameter of someone's hand and someone's fingers, right? So is it at all possible we're going to see yours? No. All right. And I know it's hard, and I know you're probably getting angry at my question, but we have to ask. Agents press Watts further regarding his reaction. Can I ask you another tough question? Can you just get it all on the table? When you see Shannon choking, strangling Celeste, and you get her off of Celeste, do you think about calling an ambulance? I see two guys and they're blue and limp. And I've never seen something like that in my life. I mean, she's just like way over. Like nothing was moving at all. No gasp of breath. She was totally just blue. So Chris, you've been doing this job for a long time. I know a lot about psychology, and as far as like what people are thinking, most parents will never even want to fathom that their kid is dead. Even if their kid's stiff, blue, and stiff, like been dead all night, they still call an ambulance to see if someone can revive their child. And when the ambulance gets there and they're like, gosh, their kid's been dead all night, like, there's nothing we can do. The parent's like, why are you not doing something? That's what we're used to. That's why I want you to explain to me, like, what was going on in your head. They try to appeal to this sense of decency. That doesn't work. Watts would not concede. So they hit harder. That's what we have to believe, because it just doesn't make sense. I mean, to her point, if I walked in and my kid was decapitated, I'd come on in. It just doesn't make sense. So, either you're this monster who says, I just want this young hot girlfriend, so I'm going to kill everyone and hope it works out, or something. So I think we're very, very close to the truth, but not if I dare to ask this. So if you're not that monster, I'm not a monster. I didn't kill my babies. So tell us what actually happened. I know, but, we're getting later into the day. We've done this a few times, and we talk, then we show you a little bit of what we're working with, some evidence and facts that we know, and then we kind of get our way to the truth. So tell us the truth. Okay, everything I've told you is the truth. So what's going to happen when their cause of death comes back to you, or the girls? It's not going to. Okay, are you sure? I'm 100% positive it's not going to come back to me. Who's it going to come back to? She's never on top of CC, okay. What do you want me to say? I just want the truth. That is the truth. And what about Bella? Bella was laid out strong in her bed. Okay, and I saw her stand on top of CC's car and ran in there. Do you feel sorry for what you did? For sure. I would have lost control and got on top of the stand and did that. And then you did that. What? Took him out to the website? Yes. Unconvincing. Remember his response for later, when Watts talks about remorse. There would be no additional confessions. Chris Watts was arrested. Chris, come stand up for me. I'm going to have you face that wall. Just face it. He was fired by Anadarko that day. Agents were confident that Watts killed his daughters and disappointed that they didn't extract a full confession. But they wouldn't have to wait long. Within 2 weeks of being arrested, Watts confessed to also killing his daughters. It was part of a plea deal, where prosecutors agreed to not seek the death penalty in exchange for his guilty plea. Based on the mountain of evidence that would be collected after Watts' arrest, a painfully detailed jailhouse confession he would make to agents a few months later, and subsequent letters he'd write to an author, a clearer picture of the events surrounding the murder came into focus. Bend down and hit it. Come on. Nice. 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 Do it again. Go get Uncle Frankie. Go get Uncle Frankie. Up until August of 2018, Shannon was confident that she was living a picture-perfect life. She had a beautiful family, was a top producer at Lavelle, and was married to the most loving, caring soulmate anyone could ask for. She was scheduled to go on a 5-week trip to North Carolina, so the girls could spend time with both her and Chris' families. Chris would join them for their last week there, but would stay home for the majority of the trip since he had to work. While the girls did, indeed, get to spend time with family, the trip was not going well. There had already been extreme friction between Shannon and Chris' parents dating back to the start of their relationship, and this visit was no different. The tension grew to an irreconcilable level when Chris' mother served Cece ice cream with peanuts in it. And according to Shannon, his sister laid out an actual bowl of peanuts, after Shannon became angry about the peanuts in the ice cream. With Cece being dangerously allergic to peanuts to the point of needing an EpiPen if exposed, Shannon finally lost it. She was furious, left their house as soon as she could, and never went back. She vented to Chris, who promised to handle it when he arrived. Chris' parents were also upset and skipped going to Cece's birthday party about a week later. And that wasn't the first important event they skipped. But the tension with her in-laws wasn't Shannon's only concern. Chris was beginning to behave differently as well. She tried to both text and talk with him about it, even growing angry. But he insisted everything was fine. Once Chris finally joined them in North Carolina, it didn't get any better. He was distant and cold, and everyone noticed. Shannon had booked a trip to the beach for the four of them to get away, and even Bella and Cece, who were normally all over Chris, uncharacteristically shied away from him as a result of him seeming so annoyed with them, which he was actually fine with. They were an obstacle, and he genuinely was annoyed. Also, on his first night there, Shannon said she had a bad headache. So Chris gave her what he told her was an over-the-counter pain reliever, but was actually a potentially lethal and highly addictive narcotic in an effort to end her pregnancy. He thought that if he ended her pregnancy, it would make it easier to leave her and be with Kessinger. She vomited most of the night, and he didn't help her, hoping for his desired outcome. On that same night, he texted Kessinger and told her he couldn't talk and could only text for the night. She replied, "Why not? Are you with her?" Kessinger was fine with Chris visiting his family in North Carolina, but not Shannon. So for the remainder of the trip, Chris had as little interaction with Shannon as he possibly could. He avoided any and all intimacy, and would simply leave the room whenever it became clear she wanted to be intimate. Shannon shared with her good friend Addie Maloney that he hadn't touched or kissed, or really even talked to her all week. She notes how they couldn't get enough of each other before the trip. Something was wrong, and she knew it. According to a friend, Shannon had speculated about Chris having an affair, but dismissed it, telling the friend that Chris didn't have it in him, which to many seeing Chris for the first time on television, strapping and fit, may not have seemed to be the case. But the Chris Watts that many saw for the first time on national television barely resembled the man that Shannon met some 8 years prior. 60 pounds heavier, as he ironically and chillingly delivered a presentation on infidelity for a speech course he was taking 2 years into their relationship. Among other things, he discusses what relationship enders are. Would be if you met somebody at work or a new friendship has occurred, and as it goes on you see that maybe this relationship has more potential than the relationship I have with my partner. And that would gradually push the old relationship out and push the new relationship in. According to Blumenstein and Schwartz, when a relationship breaks up, it's generally the more attractive one that leaves, which I agree with somewhat and disagree with. So the not-so-fit Chris of their early dating days was a far cry from the more chiseled Chris, whose behavior was now baffling his wife. She assumes that the rift that she had with his parents may be causing his behavior. She texts a friend to give her a visual of what she was facing. He would eventually confirm that he was no longer interested in continuing their marriage. He even bizarrely deleted his Facebook account. And remember that strange photo of the covered-up doll that Chris's father told agents Shannon had posted to her Facebook page? Well, it turns out she was not the person who took the photo. Chris was. He sent it to her 3 days before the murder, and she replied, "Don't know what to think about this." She then posted it to her Facebook page, joking about it. Chris had planted the photo, and his father pushed it. The night before they were set to return to Colorado, Chris told Shannon that he's happy with just Bella and Cece and doesn't want another baby. Crushed and completely confused, particularly since they decided to have the baby together, she tells him that she doesn't feel safe with him after what he said about the baby. With Shannon devastated, the trip finally comes to an end. They returned to Colorado on August 7th, 6 days before the disappearance. They would be home for a few days before Shannon would have to leave for a business trip to Arizona. She considered canceling given the tension in her marriage, but Chris insisted she go and promised they would talk when she got home. In reality, he saw it as another opportunity to spend more time with Kessinger. But Shannon saw it as a glimmer of hope, especially since Chris agreed to going on a romantic weekend together the following weekend. And at some point, since they now knew the gender of the baby Shannon was now 15 weeks pregnant with, they decided to name him Nico. Shannon left for her trip that Friday, hopeful, but it would be short-lived. Just 1 day into her trip on Saturday night, she noticed a $60 credit card charge Chris just made at a restaurant. It was the first and only slip-up Chris had made exposing his affair to Shannon. Prior to that point, he was able to use gift cards to pay for all their meals, but he'd run out of them on this final dinner date and needed to use their joint credit card. Watts met Nicole Kessinger, also called Nikki, through work at Anadarko. Kessinger worked there as a contractor. The two began communicating via work email, and Watts immediately tried taking their relationship to a romantic level, again via email. But Nikki originally rebuffed his flirtations, claiming it was out of respect for herself and directly referring to his wife and kids. But Watts doesn't seem to take the hint. He doesn't back off at all, and eventually the two began seriously dating. They wrote, "I'm so hooked on you," and penned extensive love notes and letters. Based on the evidence, they were obsessed with each other. "I'm having a wonderful time. You mean a lot to me, and I'm glad that you're having a blast. I am so out of breath." So, while Shannon was sending Chris marital self-help and counseling books, Chris was searching the internet for secluded vacation spots and went to say "I love you" for the first time in a new relationship. And while Chris was terrible at hiding his changing feelings for Shannon, he was a master at hiding his affair. To cloak his unfaithful activity, Watts had his secret calculator application on his cell phone that to anyone who saw it appeared to be a normal calculator. But when he would enter a secret code into it, it opened access to a concealed storage device where he stored his messages with Kessinger along with provocative photos and videos of her, some that he himself had taken. Chris acknowledged that he was used to dating women who were more in control and dominating in their relationships. But it wasn't like that with Mickey. She would always ask him what he wanted. It was different and he liked it. He was living a double life. The moment Shannon and the girls were off to North Carolina, he felt an instant sense of freedom. He spent every possible moment he could with Kessinger, staying in her house most nights his family was away in North Carolina. They even went out in public together on multiple occasions, including going on a short vacation to the sand dunes for the 4th of July. After that trip, Watts stayed the night at Kessinger's house and slept in the next morning. He awoke to find several missed calls from Shannon. He stepped outside to call her. She was furious. He decided to go home for the rest of the day, which made Kessinger angry. So after he went home, Kessinger showed up at his home claiming she wanted to help him create a protein diet plan. It was the first time she'd been to their home, and she didn't get to go too far into it. But she would 10 days later, when the couple stopped there briefly after going to the museum. On that visit, the family dog Dieter led her upstairs where she got a thorough view of the life that Chris and his family enjoyed. Family pictures and all. Chris had to console her afterward, resulting in both tension, then reconciliation. They returned to her house where they became intimate, but it wasn't the same. In fact, according to Watts, from that point on their intimate encounters decreased from 3 to 4 times per day to 1 or 2. But that was enough to sustain the obsession Watts had with Kessinger and vice versa. But now it was August, and with Shannon scheduled to return from her Arizona business trip the next day, Chris arranged to steal away with Kessinger to a restaurant called the Lazy Dog, telling the sitter and others that he was at a Rockies game with co-workers. It was at the Lazy Dog that Watts realized he was out of gift cards, and he didn't have enough nerve to ask Kessinger to pay. So for the first time, he used his and Shannon's joint credit card to pay for their meal. Kessinger noticed him using a credit card and figured that he just didn't care anymore. But Watts would later claim that he just ran out of payment options. Back in Arizona, Shannon was still bothered by the charge. $60 seemed too high for one person's meal. She took to the internet and searched Lazy Dog menu. It confirmed the cost level she assumed. Then an hour after the charge alert came through, Chris was still not home, even though the restaurant was only 15 minutes away. So by this point, in addition to her being clear that Chris had fallen out of love with her, she was also now certain that he was cheating on her. She shared her concern with friends before flying back home to Colorado that Sunday night. The day before the disappearance, Chris was wrapping up the weekend's events with the girls by taking them to a birthday party. He has them home and tucked in for bed by 7:45 p.m. that evening. Prior to their bedtime, Chris texts a coworker telling him that he can go out to the worksite survey 319 in the morning, and that there's no need for his coworker to go, ensuring he would be the only one there. The coworker replies saying that he had also planned to go to the site. Watts replied, "I can go out there though. No sense in both of us going out there. LOL. He spends 111 minutes on a call that night with Kessinger having phone sex, according to Watts. Despite Chris's original claim that the murders were due to a spur-of-the-moment fit of rage, in reality, to his own acknowledgement, he had been planning to kill his family for weeks. He knew it as he watched them splash around on the birthday party the day before. He knew it when he put them to bed just hours before, thinking, "That's the last time I'm going to be tucking my babies in." Based on letters Chris Watts wrote to an author from prison, on that morning prior to killing Shannon, he went to each of his daughter's rooms and used a pillow from their beds to smother them. Then he returned to he and Shannon's bedroom, where they began arguing. Chris told her that he was having an affair, didn't love her, and wanted to separate. According to Chris, Shannon was first hurt, then angry. She said that if he left her, he would never see the kids again. He became angry, and suddenly all the things he resented, now hated, about their relationship came bubbling up. He strangled her as she looked back at him. He thought about stopping, but knew that if he did, it would prevent him from being with Kessinger. He didn't sustain any defensive wounds because, he said, she couldn't fight back. Chris would write at one point that he also gave Shannon a narcotic a second time, just before he killed her, but would later retract that statement. He described how after Shannon had passed, how he was unsuccessful at killing his daughters. As he was wrapping his wife in a sheet, Bella and Cece had woken up, came into the room, and asked what was wrong with Mommy. He said they were crying, but that he had no desire to comfort them. He struggled to get Shannon's body down the stairs, which distressed the girls even further. It was why he intended to kill them first. He said that he recalled being angry that they were still alive several times, forcing him to have to deal with killing them a second time. Once he dragged Shannon to the truck and got her inside, he told the girls to follow him out to the truck as well. They did, bringing their blankets and stuffed toys along with them. Bella told him that they needed their car seats, and he told them that it was all right this time. Still fuming and shaking with what Watts claims was years of built-up anger finally released, he drove for just over an hour to Circuit 319. Once there, he smothers Cece with her blanket. Then he makes the climb up the staircase to the tank of toxic crude oil to force her body into its 8-inch opening. He recalls how before he dropped her into the tank, he could not feel anything for her. He was surprised at how easy it was to just let her go. He heard the splash as she hit the oil. He returns to the truck where a terrified Bella asked her father if he's going to do the same thing to her that he did to Cece. She had seen him drop her little sister into the tank. He doesn't recall his answer to her, but that was indeed his intention. As she cried out, "Daddy, no," he smothered her with the same blanket. She was the only one who put up a fight. Autopsy results would show that she had a large tear between her lip and gums and bit her tongue multiple times. Then he forced her into the second crude oil tank. Being bigger than her sister, Watts had to force her through the hatch. She'd had scratch marks on her buttocks from being shoved through the unfathomably small hole. He had deliberately put them into separate tanks, both to make sure they didn't get up again, and to make sure they were as far away from Shannon as possible. Then he digs a shallow grave for Shannon and haphazardly tosses her into it before covering her in dirt. Then he said he felt, "My entire life lay there on that oil site. All I could feel was now I was free to be with Nikki. Feelings of my love for her was overcoming me. I felt no remorse. I felt like I could kill anything and be justified for doing it. I didn't feel any remorse for what I did. I didn't feel bad for killing my entire family. I really didn't feel anything. My mind went to the dog. Did I remember to put him in the cage?" After the murders, Chris made a series of calls, including calling his daughter's school at around 8:30 a.m. to tell them that the girls would not be attending there anymore. Then he comes to his senses and asks them if they are there. Chris's coworkers arrive at 8:30 a.m., and according to them, he appeared completely normal, even as his family was just feet away, buried, and floating in oil tanks. "My name's Nicole, and I'm calling because I'm concerned about a friend of mine. Shannon's friends and family are beyond concerned." As they become more and more alarmed, Nicole Atkinson tries to get into the Watts home to check on Shannon, tripping the home's alarm system in the process. Watts tells her to leave his home and stop messing with the doors. They eventually tell Chris they're calling police. He urges them not to and claims he's on his way home multiple times. One friend, Cassandra Rosenberg, texts Chris in no uncertain terms that he needs to haul it home, chef on his family. At some point, they're done waiting on his no-shows and clear lack of urgency and call the police. Shannon's family also contacted police and shared their concerns about Chris's involvement. Police arrived within 10 minutes of Nicole's call. Nicole had already opened the front door using the security code she was entrusted with, but could only open it a few inches due to a hotel-style security latch that was locked from the inside. Nicole and the officer spoke with Chris and asked for permission to enter his home, but instead of allowing them to kick the partially open door down past the inner lock to potentially save his family. He said he'd be home in 5 minutes. Once Chris arrives home, his Shannon is at a friend's story begins to crumble. Alarm bells are going off everywhere for several of her friends who are working together to find their friend. As police, Chris, Nicole, and her son search the house for any indication of Shannon's whereabouts. Each life-critical item they uncover sends Nicole, as well as Cassandra and Shannon's mom, who were on the phone with Nicole, into a further panic. And same for Chris, but his was a different panic. He had not factored in Nicole calling the police or Shannon's loyal, concerned network of persistent friends. Their efforts, particularly Nicole's, led to the home being searched far earlier than Chris ever planned, preventing him from cleaning up and disposing of the incriminating items once he got home from work. Once they head over to Chris' neighbor's home to view his security footage, instead of Chris scrutinizing every second of what his neighbor captured to try to spot the tiniest of clues about the whereabouts of his missing family, Chris shows exactly zero interest in the video. Chris recalls that he was shocked as they watched the video footage because he thought they could see the girls walking up to the truck and him putting them in. The evening passes with no news about the whereabouts of his family. Chris does get a follow-up call from an officer, and he tells the officer that while he has not cheated, it's possible that Shannon may have. At approximately 4:30 a.m., Shannon's mother, Sandra Ruzek, contacted the Frederick Police Department to report that she and her husband believed that her daughter and granddaughter's disappearance involved foul play, and that Chris was involved. She said she felt that he was pouring oil on the bodies to dispose of them somewhere. Both her parents and Shannon's friend, Cassandra, felt that if police would track Chris' GPS from that morning, they would find their family. Already highly suspicious of Watts, police stationed an unmarked patrol car near his home 24/7, monitoring his every move, as well as logging any activity to or from the home. On that morning following the disappearance, CBI agent Tammy Lee and FBI agent Graham Coder are called into Frederick. It's also the day that police interview Shannon's friend, Nicole Atkinson. She recalls the details of the previous day, repeatedly noting that each discovery led her to have bad thoughts about what had happened to Shannon, all pointing to Chris. Toward the end of the interview, she shared a speculation. Watts agrees to 2 television interviews that day, the timing of which allows the freshly arrived agents to gather and watch what's now referred to as the Sermon on the Porch, right as it was being aired. After watching it, Agent Lee turned to Agent Coder and said, OSH****. She commented that they needed to get Watts in for questioning immediately to get his story down and recorded. They call him in. Before Chris heads to the police station for the interview, he sends out a group email confirming that he will participate in fantasy football. Early on in the interrogation, as Watts was claiming his innocence, Agent Coder stepped out of the room. He shared that with the frequency with which Watts kept unconsciously touching and making movements toward his neck area, he suspected that he may have strangled Shannon. Agents will not start getting to the truth until the next day. Many of the tactics Agent Lee deployed before and during Watts' polygraph test were to get into his head. For polygraph tests, someone is considered deceptive if they score a -4 or below. Chris Watts scored a -18. With that abysmally low score, agents knew that Watts had done something to his family. They just needed to figure out how to get him to confess. They directly confront Chris that he is lying, and while throwing scenarios at him, Agent Lee eventually offers up the Shannon did something to the kids scenario. The moment she said that they could see the change in Chris' eyes. So they stuck with it. Chris himself would later acknowledge that he had not thought of blaming Shannon before that. But as a parent, the feasibility of that scenario was highly flawed. In reality, when faced with such a scenario, most people would call the police and try to revive their children, not kill their spouse, then hide all their bodies. Watts would later report that the hard part of the interrogation for him was that he did not feel any remorse, but he had to pretend like he did. Watts' arrest process began about 10 p.m., and they would recover Shannon's body an hour later. The recovery crew noted that she was curled up as if just thrown in. The painstaking process of retrieving the young girls would begin the following morning. Crews began arriving at about 5 a.m. The CBI agent in charge noted that investigators arrived with a sense of dread, knowing what their mission was going to be. The entire recovery process would take nearly 14 hours of methodical planning and careful execution in an extremely dangerous environment. The operation involved up to multiple representatives from each of 10 agencies and companies. An Anadarko employee briefed everyone about the process. He informed them that the east tank contained about 9 feet of crude oil, and the west tank just under 1.5. They'd start with the east tank. Investigators opened the hatchet of one of the tanks. It revealed openings so small, just 8 inches or 20 centimeters in diameter, that they doubted whether the girls could even fit through them. But then they found blonde hair attached to one of the openings, confirming that it was indeed the route that the girls had traveled. So the recovery process began. The two 400-barrel tanks had to first be manually drained into holding tanks with the extracted oil run through metal screens to filter any possible evidence. Once each tank was emptied, the welding crew began removing the bolts from the door that was located at the base of each tank. They were then allowed to step to the side while a trooper and CBI agent wearing fully protective hazardous material gear finished removing the door, then entered the pitch-black tank. They could only remain in the tank for a few minutes at a time because of the toxic fumes, and had to undergo an extensive decontamination process afterward. In the east tank, they located the body of Cece, still in her nightgown and a diaper and covered in crude oil. Having been in the tank for 3 days at that point, her body was badly decomposed, making it problematic to handle and transport her out of the tank. Once Cece was removed, they performed the same process to retrieve Bella, still in her pink pajama top. She was larger than Cece, resulting in a 5-inch or 13-centimeter scratch on her bottom from being forced through the tiny opening. On the same day the bodies were being retrieved, investigators were conducting their second of 5 interviews with Watt's mistress Nicole Kessinger, accompanied by her dad. Kessinger showed up to the interview tired, aloof, and generally uncooperative. She revealed how super cute she thought it was that Chris had kids. Everything was generally hunky-dory until they asked her to hand over her phone. I feel like this whole thing is just going to be crazy regardless of whether I give you my phone or not. Prior to showing up for the interview, Kessinger had actually deleted every one of her and Watt's text messages, calls, photos, and videos, and even his contact. And she told Watts to do the same. Much of that data was never able to be recovered by law enforcement. And there were numerous other questionable actions regarding the mistress. But we'll start with that destruction of evidence we just mentioned. She claimed that she deleted it all because she was grossed out. What did that cause you to do with your phone, though? Oh, what? When I deleted those? I was just kind of grossed out by him, to be honest with you. I was just like, I don't know what's going on right now, but you just lied to me, and I don't want to see this come over my phone anymore. So I removed it. So you already said it, but you removed text messages? I deleted all of his stuff because he lied to me. I mean, that's what it was. It was the hurt that made me delete it. And then it was the lie that made me start questioning everything else he'd been telling me for the last few days. And that's when you decided to come forward? Yes. Okay. The information was not destroyed because there was anything in there that would be harmful to you, or potentially to Chris at this point, but harmful to you in particular. That's not why you did it. No. Excuse my language. This guy's an asshole, so I'm getting rid of him, and I'm getting this stuff off my phone. That was like me kicking him out of my life. Okay. And then like I said, and then realizing that he lied, that was when I was like, okay, maybe his family is in danger, and they're not coming back, and they're not staying with a friend. Kessinger also lied to investigators, a lot, and not just immaterial or subjective lies, but relevant, provable lies. Like her claim that she didn't know that Watts was married at first, even though their email messages that predate their affair clearly prove otherwise. He didn't have a wedding ring on his finger, and every time I talked to him, he didn't tell me that he was in a relationship, and that she only visited the Watts home once when she had actually been there twice. She also told law enforcement that she wasn't really that into Watts. Yet, just 9 days prior to the murders, she spent 2 hours searching the internet for terms like, and she also lied about knowing Shannon's name. Did he mention the children's name, or his significant other's name? I didn't know his significant other's name for a while. That claim didn't add up given that she had ran hours of internet searches for Shannon Watts, dating as far back as at least January of 2018, and possibly as early as September of 2017 if the official records are accurate. Either way, she searched Shannon's name months before she met Chris Watts at work and began exchanging emails, and even months before she began even working at Anadarko. Her verified internet searches of both Chris and Shannon's names would easily have revealed both of their Facebook accounts, showing that they were married with kids and what Chris's interests were, interests that Kessinger would later happen to share in common with Chris, like car museums, drag racing, and more. Then there was her internet search history. In addition to her earlier repeated searches for Shannon's name, on the day following the disappearance, Kessinger also searched can cops trace text messages, how long do phone companies keep text messages, and more. She deleted her search history afterward. Then, while not indicative of any guilt, 6 days after the murder, she ran several searches for Amber Fry, the woman who was having an affair with Scott Peterson when he murdered his wife Lacey and their unborn child in 2002. She searched Amber Fry's book deal, Amber Fry net worth, and Deep People Hate Amber Fry. Also, at 6 a.m. on the morning of the murders, when Watts would have been on his way to the site to bury his wife and kids, Kessinger's phone suspiciously pinged in Frederick, the same town as the Watts home, which is more than 20 minutes away from Kessinger's home. There was also Kessinger's, while Kessinger could recall her conversation with Chris when he informed her that his wife was pregnant, but that it was not his. However, when police asked her about what she and Watts talked about during their 111-minute phone call the night Shannon returned home from her trip, just hours before his family was murdered, she hasn't a clue. Watts would later reveal that the call was phone sex, and that poor recollection of the 111-minute call may be a perfect example of how some of Kessinger's forgetfulness and lies could potentially just be her trying to save face from the embarrassment of the affair completely unrelated to the murders. But what baffles and concerns followers of the case is that she doesn't appear to have been investigated or even challenged. So as of the making of this video, there continues to be public speculation about her involvement. During a press conference following Watts' sentencing hearing, Weld County District Attorney Mike Wark stated law enforcement's position on Kessinger. Prior to the time, unfortunately, that she came in and spoke with investigators, she had deleted all of the information off of her phone that had any connection between her and Chris Watts. That hampered the investigation. That hampered our ability to get that electronic, digital connection between the two. She was interviewed on multiple occasions. I believe that for the most part she was forthcoming in the course of those investigations. We don't have any reason to believe that she had any prior knowledge or involvement in the death of Shannon, Bella, Celeste, and Nico. I think that's the best way I can answer that. Speaking of people not being of concern to law enforcement, there were also other claims of Chris being unfaithful. With the intense media coverage the case received, people came out of the woodworks, including both a woman who claimed to have had an affair with Watts, as well as a man who claimed to be Watts' former lover. But police don't buy it. Some of the stuff you're talking about is pretty hard to believe, and we're getting to the point where we're wondering if you're wasting our time. Is there a question? I don't know how you want me to respond to that. I don't know what else you want me to. These are the challenges that we have, right? You told us that you watched the video over and over. Okay, so we know that you're aware of everything that's out there. And all you've talked about are things that anyone else knows. You haven't brought forth any information. You're having sex with a guy in his car, and you don't know anything about him other than what the public knows about him. Okay, you took $60 from him. You're a self-admitted booty call. And so now we're wondering if you're a hooker who maybe did a guy who was a murderer and maybe feels guilty about it, or maybe feels like you're going to get in trouble about it. I don't know what's going on with you, but I don't know why you're here tonight. I'm not a hooker. Neither the woman nor the man's claims were proven, and both were considered not credible by authorities, likely on quests for their 15 minutes of fame. The funeral for the family took place in North Carolina, but with Bella and Cece's bodies having been immersed in crude oil so long, they were highly flammable. That meant they couldn't be cremated, and they also had to be sealed in a special wrap during transport so that gases wouldn't leak out. Their resulting larger-than-normal sealed coffins prevented their beloved family from being able to see them and say their final goodbyes. The tension that brewed between Chris's parents and Shannon since the beginning of their relationship was not eased by her murder. The statements Ronnie Watts made about Shannon being unstable during his interview with law enforcement were echoed again when he and his wife took to the airwaves. They began by defending their son. And I just want him to fight. I want him to not take this plea deal. I want him to plead not guilty to the children. If he's saying you didn't kill the kids, why do this plea deal? I have no idea. The only reason I can think of, he's trying to, for our family and her family, not have to go through a trial, a long drawn-out trial. It has been so overwhelming, and I feel like I have to do something to help my son. I need to do something. If he's not going to fight, I want to fight for him. He's not a sociopath. He's not a psychopath. But they took the opportunity to also disparage Shannon. I don't think he just had the right person at his side. I don't. That relationship was toxic from the very beginning. What happened to that kid from Pine Forest High School? He met Shannon. That's what happened to him, because that boy, he knew what he wanted to do. He went to NASCAR Technical Institute. It has been a nightmare. A complete nightmare. Are you guys worried about being out and speaking on behalf of Chris and what it might do to your guys' relationship and, speaking out like this about a woman who can't defend herself right now? Shannon, you have to get to know her to be around her in that way. Shannon's family, the ones who actually had a right to be angry and to lash out, responded to her killer's parents in the most admirable, dignified manner imaginable. They issued a statement that called the Watts' remarks about Shannon vicious, grotesque, and utterly false, noting that Shannon was a faithful wife and the most gentle and loving mother in the world to her children. They added that their false statements, however hurtful and inaccurate, will never alter the truth about Shannon. Her memory and reputation deserves to be protected, and her family is fully prepared to do so. On August 21st, Chris Watts was charged with 5 counts of first-degree murder, 2 which were special counts for children being under 12 years old, unlawful termination of a pregnancy, and 3 counts of tampering with a deceased human body. With Watts pleading guilty, there would be no trial. Prior to his sentencing hearing, the Ruzek family felt strongly that as horrifically as Watts had taken Shannon and the girls' lives, his life was not theirs to take. Honoring Shannon's family's wishes, the district attorney's office accepted an offer from Watts' defense where Chris would plead guilty to all charges in exchange for the DA not seeking the death penalty. The Watts family was given the opportunity to make a statement prior to Watts' sentencing. Their attorney first spoke on their behalf to retract what they had projected in the past. The prosecution in this case has in fact respected the Victim Bill of Rights. They took the time to explain that the information that my clients had at the time that they were interviewed was not correct. They were misinformed. They were searching for answers. They were not intending to cause any pain to anyone. And they appreciate that the prosecution answered their questions and gave them the time and the respect and the consideration so that they could tell this court and everyone in this community that the interview content was not their message. That they accept that their son has done this. That they accept that he chose to plead guilty. That he sought and requested their consent and agreement for a life sentence. My clients indicate that they understand that a full opportunity for a confession with all of the responsibility and accountability has not occurred. And they support the family and the request that that happen, if not today, at an appropriate time, in an appropriate manner, so that everyone can have peace. To understand to the best of their ability the details that they need and to have their questions answered. And by giving this opportunity of a life sentence, we hope that he to embrace at that moment that had the death penalty been pursued, there would not have been an opportunity to be accountable and to give a full confession. And then Chris's parents spoke directly. We will always mourn the loss of our family, and in that we are united in our grief. I am still struggling to understand how and why this tragedy occurred. I may never be able to understand and accept it, but I pray for peace and healing for all of us. And now to my son Christopher, I have known you since the day you were born into this world. I have watched you grow from a quiet and sweet, curious child, who Bella reminded me so much of, to a young man who worked hard in sports and later mechanics to achieve your goals. You were a good friend, brother, father, and son. We have loved you from the beginning, and we still love you now. This might be hard for some to understand, how I can sit here under these circumstances and tell you, although we are heartbroken, although we can't imagine what could have led us to this day. But we love you. Maybe you can't believe it either. As the Lord said in Jeremiah 3:30, "One, I have loved you with an everlasting love. Therefore I have continued my faithfulness to you, and you as your mother Chris, I have always loved you, and I still do." I hate what has happened. Your father and sister and I are struggling to understand why, but we will remain faithful as your family, just as God remains faithful, because of his unconditional love for us all. We love you and we forgive you, son. And of course the Ruzek family shared fair statements as well. Who dare you take the lives of my daughter Shannon, Bella, Celeste, and Nico? I trusted you to take care of them, not kill them. And they also trusted you. You monster thought you would get away with this. I don't know how the cameras do not lie. You carry them out like trash of the house. Yes, I seen the videotape. You buried my daughter Shannon and Nico in a shallow grave, and then you put Bella and Celeste in huge containers of crude oil. You heartless monster. You have to live with this vision every day of your life. And I hope you see that every time you close your eyes at night. Oh, I forgot. You have no heart or feelings or love. Let me tell you something. I will think of them every day of my life, and I love them every day of my life. Prison is too good for you. This is hard to say, but may God have mercy on your soul. I hope you enjoy your new life. It's nothing like the one you had out here. Love you, Shannon, Bella, and Nico. Love you, Pop-Up and Deb. And one other thing. And Shannon says she is super excited for justice today. Thank you, Your Honor. Shannon's younger brother's statement was read by District Attorney Wart. He has asked me to read his statement for him, but he would like to stand with me if that's okay. You went from being my brother, my sister's protector, one of the most loved people in my family, to someone I will spend the rest of my life trying to understand. What gave you the right to put your hands on a woman, let alone my best friend, my beloved sister, your daughters, and your son? Why weren't they enough for you? In the blink of an eye, you took away my whole world, the people that mattered to me the most. Everything in my life I loved, your children. They trusted you. They loved you. They looked up to you because you promised to keep them safe. Instead, you turned on your family. My blood is boiling as I write these last words, because they are the last you will ever hear from me. I can't even think of the right words to describe the betrayal and the hate I feel. And to be honest, you aren't even worth the time and effort it takes to put my pen to this paper. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't cry for my family. They were my whole world. All I do is ask myself why. Why would you do this? You don't deserve to be called a man. What kind of person slaughters the people that love them the most? Did you really think you would get away with this? Did you really think that this was your best option, to throw away your family like they were garbage? They deserve better, and you know it. I hope you spend the rest of your life staring at the ceiling every night and haunted by what you've done. How could you destroy the people who loved them the most? I pray that you never have a moment's peace or a good night's rest in the cage you'll spend every day of your life in. A cage you are privileged to live in, because my family isn't evil like you. My life will never be the same because of you, but at least my conscience is clear. I get to live free, but I can't say the same for you. I haven't slept in 2 days because I've been anxiously waiting for this moment, the moment I get to tell you how I feel, how this has affected my family and I. My family and I can finally grieve after today. If anything, we will come out of this stronger today than we were before, and we will continue to pray for your family. Sincerely, Frankie Ruzick. My name is Sandra Ruzak, Shannon's mother. I wanted to say thank you for this moment. I want to take a moment to thank everyone who has prayed for our beloved family, who had sent gifts, cards to us from all over the world. I know God will put the evil people where they need to be. I also want to take the time to thank the town of Frederick, the DA's office, the CBI for exceptional work. We thank Nicole Atkinson, Shannon's neighbor, Nathan, and his family. To me, they are heroes. They really are. God bless. God makes no mistakes on who he puts in your life. Marriage is about love, trust, and friendship and unity. Our daughter Shannon loved you with all of her heart. Your children loved you to the moon and back. Shannon's family was her world. Shannon put a crown on your head, but unfortunately the day that you took their life, God removed that crown. We loved you like a son. We trusted you. Your faithful wife trusted you. Your children adored you, and they also trusted you. Your daughter Bella Marie sang a song proudly, and I don't know if you got to see it, but it was Daddy, You're My Hero. I have no idea who gave you the right to take their lives, but I know God and his mighty angels were there at that moment to bring them home to paradise. God gives us free. Well, so not only did you take the family for your family, before you took your own life. I want the world to know that our daughter and her children were so loved by us. They will always be protected by God and his mighty angels. I didn't want death for you, because that's not my right. Your life is between you and God now, and I pray that he has mercy for you. From Shannon's mother, Bella Marie, Celeste Catherine, and Nico Lees. Nana. Thank you, Nana. And after both families' heart-wrenching, soul-revealing statements brought on by Watt's actions, Chris Watts himself had a statement to be presented as well. Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Watts has asked us to share this morning that he is devastated by all of this. And although he understands that words are hollow at this point, he is sincerely sorry for all of this. Thank you. Prior to handing down the sentence, the judge had a statement as well. The evidence in this case are a senseless crime and the viciousness of the crime. And equally aggravating in this court's determination is the despicable act of disposing of the bodies in the manner in which they were done in this case. I have been a judicial officer now for starting my 17th year, and I could objectively say that this is a very serious, perhaps the most inhumane and vicious crime that I have handled out of the thousands of cases that I have seen. And nothing less than a maximum sentence would be appropriate, and anything less than the maximum sentence would depreciate the seriousness of this offense. So the court is going to sentence Mr. Watts as follows. Watts would be sentenced to 5 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, 2 concurrent life sentences, plus 84 years. In 2020, the death penalty was abolished in Colorado. So if Watts had been sentenced to death, his sentence would have been commuted to life, like it was for the 3 inmates who were on Colorado's death row at the time. Nicole Kessinger was fired from Anadarko following the murders. Not much is known about her whereabouts or life after the murders, other than the fact that she moved out of her home in Colorado and that she applied for a name change in 2020. Whether or not she moved out of the state is not known. On the day Chris Watts pleaded guilty, the Ruzek family filed a wrongful death suit against him to ensure that he didn't profit from the death of their family members in case he ever decided to write a book or sell the rights to his story. While the suit was largely symbolic and they don't expect to see much, if any, payment, they won the case. And Watts was ordered to pay the family $26 million. Chris Watts was originally sent to a prison in Colorado to serve out his sentence. There he was kept in protective isolation for his own security because his fellow inmates knew who he was, what he had done, and had special plans for him. According to Watts, his presence in the prison was so triggering that they had to lock down the jail just for him to walk down the hallways. He was threatened, yelled at by the other inmates, and told the dangerous things he could do to himself nearly constantly. He was certain that had they gotten to him, it would most certainly have killed him. He is an outcast, even among criminals. So, out of security concerns, Watts was moved to Dodge Correctional Institution, which is a maximum security prison in Waupun, Wisconsin. There, he is able to be in the general population and doesn't endure as much harassment. He is said to be a model prisoner who doesn't ask for anything and doesn't complain. In prison, Watts says he has immersed himself in the scripture, has found God, and is hoping people will forgive him. He spends most of his day in his cell, but is allowed recreational time, as well as 40 minutes of outdoor activities like basketball when the weather is good. He says he keeps photos of his wife and children in his cell, and that he reads one of the girls' favorite books to their pictures each night. A petition was circulated to have the photos removed since they are pictures of his victims, but prison officials responded that the photos did not violate prison policy. A portion of the earnings that Watts makes working as a custodian at Dodge goes toward paying off the restitution that he was ordered to pay. Watts says that he has not spoken with Nikki since being incarcerated, but that his attorneys tried to unsuccessfully reach out to her several times on his behalf. He said that he hoped she was able to find peace and move on with her life, and that he is sorry she lost her job and had to move. In prison, Watts garnered a fan base. Very early on, he began receiving a massive volume of letters from women who found him handsome. Regarding the heinous crime he committed, they felt he was not worthy of their and offered their compassion, along with sexy photos. He wrote many of them back and established some pen pals, and some of them even turned into visitors. On February 18, 2019, about 3 months after Watts was sentenced, agents Lee Coder and lead detective Baumhover met with Chris Watts in prison. He spoke with them for 5 hours, providing new details about the background, timeline, and details of the murders. Hey Chris. Hey Chris. Do you remember us? Yes. Really? Yeah, it's nice to see you. It's been a moment there. Good to see you. How are you doing? I'm okay. How about you guys? Good. I did not expect to see this, that's for sure. Surprise. Yeah. Well, let me put some fears aside. We're not here for what you might think we might be here for. So you remember, I talked to you, Tammy talked to you, Dave talked to you. We're all from Colorado. And so the last time we talked to you was a different situation, right? Our investigation was open, and your case was open. That's completely different now. So your case is completely closed. Nothing about what we're going to talk about today has anything to do with an open investigation. So we're not here to get more charges on you or get any statements from you that are going to jam you up anymore. But why we are here, and as the months have passed on, and we're going to be here since everything happened, we just keep in touch with each other and we keep talking to each other. And we've all separately kind of said, if Chris's situation seemed different to you, we think that your life leading up to all the things that happened were very interesting to us. I've never ever worked a case like this where someone would win it ever. In talking with Tammy and talking with Dave, I said, what did you feel like when it all went down? When we were there, we were talking to you guys, and we all kind of, in our own different way and in our own different wording, said it all happened a bit too quick for us, right? So we saw you last, we were talking and talking and talking, and then the next thing you know, me and Tammy and Dave, all of a sudden some patrol officers came in and arrested and that was far quicker than we had hoped it would happen. And you understand why that happened, and we understand why that happened, but it left us with 1,000 questions that we didn't get to ask. And then even more importantly, I think it probably left you with 1,000 things that you didn't get to talk about with us. I don't know if you feel that way or not, but, and so that's why we're here today. We wanted to kind of talk to you a little bit more about everything. He voluntarily shared how he went about murdering his family to the agents, the details of which we've reflected in this video. In true Chris Watts fashion, some of the details he shared with agents don't add up, reminding us that each of his versions of what happened that morning is worthy of the scrutiny and mistrust of it coming from a lying, cheating, murderous narcissist. She kind of rolled over, and then I was just like right there on top of her. Okay. And then you're talking while you're on top of her. Okay. That seems confusing to me. Agents ask what's directly whether Kessinger was involved in any way. There are quite a few people who would tell us, and who do know you need to look into Nikki more. Nikki Kessinger, all the way from the extreme end of things being Nikki's the one who ordered the hit. She was there. I'm in the basement. You know, so the extreme is she's the one who told Chris to do it. She's the real problem all the way. That's the extreme side of that all the way to, well, they're reading this text where she was infatuated. She was in love. She was saying how good Chris was in the sack, and maybe we should look at her more. And so are those people absolutely wrong about Nikki? She wasn't asking you to get rid of your family. Are you sure? Okay. And no part of any of this was because she put it in your head or asked you to, or never. But even the mountain of details he disclosed during that lengthy addendum to his confession would not be his final disclosure. If the details exposed during a prison visit were eye-opening, what's later revealed for a book written by one of his early pen pals was staggering. Watts began corresponding via letter, phone calls, and then in-person visits with an author named Sherilyn Cadle. Cadle would turn that correspondence into a book she published in 2019 titled Letters from Christopher, The Tragic Confessions of the Watts Family Murders. Although Watts is an unreliable source of an ever-evolving story, like his confession to the agents at Dodge, these subsequent admissions only serve to shed an even worse light on himself. The letters are how the public learned that he tried to kill his daughters before killing Shannon, leading to him having to kill them twice. It's where he finally divulged that he had been planning to kill his family for weeks. And it's where he painted a picture of what true evil looks like. The Watts home on Saratoga Trail in Frederick, where Chris Watts committed the murders, was placed on auction in May of 2019 after Watts defaulted on his mortgage, leading the bank to foreclose. But with multiple liens against the home, which any buyer would be liable for, including one for the $6 million Chris owed the Rusex, as well as overdue HOA fees, there were no interested buyers. It remained vacant until May 2022, when the home was secretly put on the market under a fictitious address. To prevent looky-loose, potential buyers were required to submit bank commitment letters before viewing the home. The home sold for $600,000. Buyers of the home may face challenges, as a neighbor reports that the home continues to attract a lot of attention with multiple cars driving by every hour on the weekends, some stopping to take photos, and some even breaking and requiring the police to be called. This case was brutally heart-wrenching, taking a toll on everyone even remotely affiliated with it. Shortly after hearing Watts' full confession at Dodge, lead detective Dave Baumhover, who originally joined the Frederick Police Department in search of a more low-key position in a smaller community, was diagnosed with PTSD. The sight of a small girl at a restaurant would trigger him to have to leave the restaurant. He tried to go back to work, but his flashbacks got worse. He stopped sleeping, began to have memory gaps, and had trouble controlling his emotions. His wife, Lori, says that it's hard to leave the house, stating, "Where do you go where you don't see little girls?" She said that it's dangerous to watch television or to go online. If they go out, she directs her husband where he shouldn't look so he can avoid seeing kids that might trigger him. "Don't look down that aisle. There's a family," she'll say. "Don't look right. Look up." She said, "I feel like if I don't catch a little girl, like if I miss one, that I failed him." Detective Baumhover said, "It's easier to just not go anywhere." After a career of difficult cases culminating with the Watts case, he underwent counseling and time off, but ultimately he decided it was time to resign. 2 days after witnessing the recovery of the bodies, Agent Tammy Lee broke down sobbing at a hair salon while her mother and sister helplessly looked on. She sought counseling, but admits that the memory of seeing Bella removed from the tanks still haunts her. She said that she can't get that image out of my head. It was that vision of the girls being recovered from the oil tanks that became etched in several of the recovery workers' memories forever. Many wisely underwent therapy afterward. And of course the families. Both the Ruzek and Watts families suffered tremendous losses brought on by Watts's senseless killings. Aside from the sheer grief of losing their beloved family members, the Ruzek family in particular have had to face slander, harassment, threats on their lives, social media accounts created impersonating the family, and Shannon's and the Ruzek family's character dragged through the mud. The harassment became so extreme the family was forced to hire an attorney, and they have fought to have cyberbullying laws changed. We hope this video did justice to Shannon, Bella, Celeste, and Nico. We hope it also paid proper respect to the mourning Ruzek family, who had every right to be front and center. Case 2. On August 28, 1984, in the small, peaceful town of Emstetten, 18-year-old, beautiful Elizabeth Fritzl suddenly disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Rosemary, Elizabeth's mother, was nearly driven to madness by her daughter's disappearance. The family searched everywhere, knocking on every door and asking every acquaintance, but no one knew the whereabouts of Elizabeth. In their panic and despair, the Fritzl family was forced to call the police, hoping they could help find the young girl. In the days that followed, the Fritzl household was enveloped in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. The family members were terrified at the thought that Elizabeth might have had an accident, or worse, been kidnapped and murdered. As each day passed, Elizabeth remained unheard from. The family gradually sank into despair, beginning to prepare themselves for the worst. Perhaps they would never see Elizabeth again. Then, unexpectedly, a letter from Elizabeth was sent home. The letter was a shock to the family members. The young girl wrote that she was tired of family life and had decided to run away. The scrawled handwriting and cold tone astonished Elizabeth's parents and siblings. Rosemary read and reread her daughter's letter, unable to hold back her tears. The mother could not believe that her daughter could write such indifferent words. How could the obedient girl abandon her family without any explanation? She could not accept this. Her heart felt like it was breaking into pieces. Joseph Fritzl, Elizabeth's strict father, seemed calm about his daughter's disappearance. He told the police that Elizabeth might have been drawn into a mysterious cult. He mentioned that recently, his daughter had been following a group of strangers and showed signs of being brainwashed and rebellious. Joseph also said that Elizabeth had previously expressed a desire to live freely, away from the constraints of family life. As time passed, the family's hope gradually faded, and the searches came to an end. The family began to accept that Elizabeth had been enchanted by the mysterious cult and truly wanted to leave family life, as stated in the letter. About a month later, the police knocked on the Fritzls' door one gloomy afternoon, bringing news the family did not want to hear. The search for Elizabeth had officially ended with no results. Joseph Fritzl, with a sorrowful face, rose from the chair in the living room, walked to the door, and received the news with a look of sadness. He shook hands with each police officer, thanking them for their efforts, and then turned to comfort his wife, Rosemary, who was sobbing, her shoulders shaking with despair. One of the officers, looking into Joseph's dark-circled eyes, asked once more, as a final attempt, "Do you think of any place where your daughter might have gone? Perhaps somewhere we haven't searched yet?" Joseph shook his head, his eyes moist, as if bearing a pain too profound to express in words. The police looked at the family with sympathetic eyes. They bowed their heads to the Fritzl family before leaving the house. The door closed behind them, leaving Joseph Fritzl standing in the living room, his face no longer showing sadness, but rather a chilling coldness. Rosemary sat still on the chair, her eyes filled with tears, unaware that her husband was hiding a horrific truth. Joseph knew exactly where his daughter was. In reality, Elizabeth had not gone anywhere. She hadn't left the house. She was just a few steps away from where the police were standing. Right beneath the house, just 6 meters underground, was a secret cellar. That was where Elizabeth was imprisoned, not by strangers or a sinister cult, but by her own father. Elizabeth's desperate screams could not penetrate the thick concrete, and the police left without knowing that the girl was desperately calling for help in the cellar right beneath their feet. Elizabeth was still alive, but not with the freedom everyone thought. She was living in an endless nightmare. At just 18, with a bright future ahead, Elizabeth Fritzl could never have imagined that her life would become more tragic than hell itself when brutally victimized by her own father. Rosemary Fritzl and Joseph Fritzl married in 1952, when Joseph was only 17 years old. They had 7 children together, 2 sons and 5 daughters, including Elizabeth. In the eyes of family and neighbors, Joseph Fritzl was like a model man, a dedicated engineer. Every day, Joseph regularly left the house, or if not, immersed himself in the workshop right below the basement. He designed and manufactured machinery and household items, and no one suspected anything when he spent hours working in the basement. Sometimes Joseph even stayed overnight down there, but no one found this unusual, as everyone thought it was where he devoted his passion and dedication to his work. However, few knew that behind this diligent exterior, Joseph was not just a skilled technician. For years, he had quietly planned a gruesome scheme that no one could have anticipated. The basement, where Joseph worked every day, was not just his workshop. Beneath the thick concrete, Joseph had personally expanded and created a hidden area completely cut off from the outside world. No one in the family, not even his wife, knew about this place. He meticulously and secretly built it with one sole purpose: to carry out the horrifying crime he had long harbored. On that fateful day, Joseph Fritzl, as a normal father, called his 18-year-old daughter, Elizabeth, down to the basement to help him bring a heavy door up to the garage. The young girl, with no suspicion, cheerfully responded to her father's request and descended the stairs into the dark basement. Elizabeth still trusted her father, unaware that this would be where her life would descend into hell. Entering the basement, the dim light reflected off the cold walls as Elizabeth chatted happily with her father, not noticing that he was silently observing her with an entirely different look. Joseph no longer looked at Elizabeth with the father's gaze, but with the gaze of a predator. The plan he had devised for months was about to be put into action. As Elizabeth was about to turn around to head back up the stairs, Joseph Fritzl suddenly lunged at her from behind. Before she could realize what was happening, he had covered her face with a cloth soaked in chloroform. Elizabeth struggled, trying to breathe, but everything began to spin. Her body quickly succumbed to the effects of the anesthetic, and everything around her faded until Elizabeth lost consciousness. Joseph stared at his unconscious daughter on the floor, without a hint of hesitation or remorse. He crouched down, coldly dragging Elizabeth's motionless body deeper into the dark basement, where he had spent months preparing. The heavy iron door closed behind them, sealing Elizabeth off from the outside world. When Elizabeth woke up, she felt her entire body heavy and aching. The surroundings were dark, with no light coming through, no windows, no sunlight. Elizabeth tried to stand up, stumbling through the dim room. Everything around her was truly horrifying. The basement was so cramped and damp that it was hard to believe. Each breath Elizabeth took felt stifled by the heavy air, and the musty smell assaulted her nose, making her feel incredibly uncomfortable. She had to crawl on her hands and knees through a passageway only 83 centimeters wide, so tight that moving felt like being crushed. Darkness enveloped her, as if it were swallowing the girl piece by piece. Elizabeth's mind was bombarded with unanswered questions. Why had her father locked her up here? Why was he imprisoning her in this hellish basement? Fear and confusion overwhelmed her mind, driving Elizabeth almost to madness. Suddenly, a strange sound came from above. She heard the siren of a police car, the voices of her parents, as if they were right outside. A glimmer of hope sparked in Elizabeth's mind. She could no longer stay calm. Elizabeth began to scream, calling for help with all her remaining strength. "Help me! Mom! Dad! Someone please save me!" Her voice echoed through the cramped basement, but then faded, sinking into the terrifying silence. Elizabeth tried to shout louder, her voice becoming hoarse, but it was all in vain. She continued to scream, but no one heard her. No one responded to her cries for help. Despair began to seep into her mind, slowly drowning the young girl. Elizabeth was only a few meters away from the outside world, but to her, it seemed as distant as another world. Elizabeth, helpless, her body exhausted, and her spirit broken, finally fell asleep. The next morning, Elizabeth was awakened by a rough hand placed on her shoulder. She jolted, her eyes wide with terror, her lips trembling as she struggled to contain the rising anger within her. Trying to regain her composure, Elizabeth immediately questioned her father, wanting to know why he had locked her in this filthy basement. Joseph did not answer right away. He stood still, coldly staring at Elizabeth from head to toe, his eyes cold and unfeeling. Then suddenly he spoke. Joseph revealed a horrifying truth to Elizabeth. Joseph informed her that the police would never search for her, and from now on, she would officially be his second wife. Joseph's words struck Elizabeth's heart like a knife. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. A surge of disgust and terror overwhelmed her, and she could not accept this terrifying reality. With all her fury, Elizabeth lunged at Joseph, her hands pounding against his chest, screaming, kicking and hitting wildly in a desperate attempt to fight back. But it was all in vain. Joseph remained unmoved, easily grabbing her arms, and in an instant, Elizabeth was thrown down onto the cold floor. He beat her mercilessly, without hesitation. Each time she tried to fight back, she received an even harder blow. Finally, when she no longer had the strength to resist, Elizabeth could only lie there, in pain, weak, and utterly powerless. Joseph tied Elizabeth's arms and legs tightly, the cold ropes digging into the young woman's flesh, rendering her unable to struggle. His eyes were filled with cruelty, while Elizabeth's eyes were full of terror and despair. The pain spread throughout her body, but the physical pain could not compare to the humiliation and degradation rising in Elizabeth's heart. Her mind was filled with a series of questions, unable to understand why the father she once respected and loved had now become such a beast. Why could he do this to his own daughter? A wave of disgust and outrage surged within her, but it could not change the horrifying reality before her eyes. The 18-year-old girl was becoming a tool to satisfy her father's depravity. Everything was horrific. Just a few meters above, in the family's house, Elizabeth's mother, Rosemary, and her siblings sat there, unaware of what was happening right beneath their feet. They anxiously and desperately searched for Elizabeth, continually praying for her safety, but it was all in vain. No one knew that just a few meters away from their feet, Elizabeth was enduring the most nightmarish ordeal of her life. The sound of Joseph's heavy breathing filled the gloomy and cramped space of the basement, while Elizabeth could only bite her lip, tears streaming down her face, unable to believe the cruel reality. The humiliation and emotional pain were greater than the physical wounds. Elizabeth could do nothing but helplessly endure. For the first 2 years, Joseph maintained a horrific schedule, coming down to the dark basement at least 3 times a week, or even daily, bringing food for Elizabeth, not to care for her, but to keep her alive and strong enough for him to continue his depraved acts. The dusty, cold, and dark basement, devoid of any sunlight, was where Elizabeth was imprisoned for 24 years. Every night, Joseph would descend into the basement, not only to satisfy his perverse desires, but also to control every moment of the girl's life. Joseph ruthlessly turned Elizabeth into a slave imprisoned right beneath the house where she had once lived happily with her family. During those years, for Elizabeth, the basement was no different from a hell on earth, where every time she heard the door open, she knew her nightmare would continue. After the first 2 years in the basement hell, Elizabeth became pregnant with her first child, but tragedy struck when she miscarried after just 10 weeks. In 1988, Elizabeth became pregnant again, this time with a baby girl. Without any preparation or assistance, Elizabeth had to give birth alone in the dark basement on a dirty blanket, without any medical help or anyone by her side. During her pregnancy, the only thing Joseph Fritzl allowed Elizabeth was a book on childbirth, which was given to her just 2 months before her due date. As the delivery approached, Joseph threw her an additional blanket, as if that were all she deserved. Elizabeth had to deliver the baby under horrendous conditions, with only a pair of scissors and a few diapers as her tools. There was no pain relief, no medical support, and Elizabeth endured the excruciating pain of childbirth alone in the filthy basement. 10 days after the birth of her daughter, Kirsten, Joseph Fritzl, finally came down to the basement to visit his daughter. Elizabeth had endured a painful childbirth without any help from her monstrous father. Joseph showed no concern for Elizabeth or the baby. To him, everything was under his control, as if Elizabeth and her child's fate were mere playthings in his hands. He decided everything, from what Elizabeth and her child would eat and drink to whether they would have access to medication. For an entire year, Elizabeth and her child were imprisoned in the basement without adequate medical care, only receiving sporadic aspirin and cough medicine as needed. Joseph controlled everything, deliberately keeping them in the most deprived conditions, as a constant reminder that they had no right to live like normal human beings. 2 years after Kirsten was born, Elizabeth gave birth to another child, a baby boy named Stefan. Both Kirsten and Stefan had to live in the dark, oppressive basement with their mother, a place devoid of sunlight, with stifling air and miserable living conditions beyond imagination. For these innocent children, Their world was confined to the four cold walls, lacking everything. The meager amount of food Joseph brought down each week was insufficient to sustain the whole family, and gradually, both Kirsten and Stefan suffered from malnutrition. Their small bodies were unable to withstand such harsh conditions, and, carrying the inbreeding genes, the health of both children was very weak. But despite all the difficulties, Elizabeth never gave up. She understood that her children needed more than just food to survive. She poured all her remaining spirit and strength into nurturing the two children. In the darkness of the cramped basement, Elizabeth taught the children to read and do arithmetic, so they wouldn't completely lose connection with the world of knowledge outside that they had never known. She wanted them to have a future, even if that future only existed in dreams. As Kirsten and Stefan grew older, the small space of the basement became overcrowded. Joseph, with his inherent indifference and cruelty, paid no attention to the overcrowding that the family had to endure. He forced his own daughter and the children to dig more tunnels, desperately expanding the space. The manual digging not only exhausted Elizabeth and the children, but also worsened their health conditions. But for Elizabeth, this was the only way to survive, and she had no other choice. During the 24 years of imprisonment, besides Kirsten and Stefan, she gave birth to 5 more children right in the basement, each birth being a battle between life and death. All of her children were born in desperate scarcity, with no doctors, no medicine, only loneliness and pain. One of the children could not survive after birth and died in her arms, in the damp, cold basement. As the children began to grow, the small basement became increasingly suffocating and overcrowded, unable to contain them all. Joseph began to fear that the existence of the children might be discovered, as one of them had a toe infection, causing frequent pain and loud crying. The baby's cries echoed continuously in the cramped space, making Joseph extremely anxious. He feared that the cries would escape outside, attracting the attention of the neighbors and thereby exposing the heinous crimes he had been trying to hide for so long. Therefore, Joseph planned to bring the 3 children to the surface to live with him and his wife. One chilly morning, before the sun had risen high, Rosemary, Joseph's wife, was in the basement. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Rosemary was startled, not expecting any visitors at this hour. She quickly wiped her hands on the towel hanging by the stove and hurried to the door. When she opened it, she was taken aback. Instead of a visitor, there was only a small, makeshift cardboard box neatly placed on the doorstep. Inside the box, a baby was carefully wrapped in a diaper, sleeping soundly. Rosemary stood in shock, her hands trembling as she bent down to lift the baby. The warmth of the child in her arms made her heart race, but her eyes were filled with worry and confusion. Next to the box was a neatly folded letter. She gently placed the baby into her arms and carefully opened the letter to read. As soon as she looked at the handwriting, her heart seemed to constrict. It was a letter from Elizabeth, her long-lost daughter. Rosemary froze, her eyes wide in disbelief at what she was reading. In the letter, Elizabeth wrote that this was her child with her boyfriend. She described her current difficult situation, stating that she could not care for the baby and asked her parents to help raise the child in her place. Those brief lines made Rosemary's heart ache. Her daughter, whom she had loved dearly, had left home without a word and now returned only to abandon her own child for her to care for. Rosemary felt a deep sadness, her heart weighed down. Elizabeth's callousness was like a knife wound to a mother's soul. How could Elizabeth be so heartless? She had left her family, her mother, and all her loved ones to follow her own path. Yet, despite her sorrow, Rosemary could not turn away from the baby. The child was innocent, unaware of the adult troubles that surrounded it, but Rosemary was unaware that it was all a perfectly staged play by Joseph. With his cunning and cruelty, Joseph had created the found baby scene with no flaws. He knew well that Rosemary would believe his forged letters, trust the story about the abandoned child, and think that Elizabeth was somewhere out there. Each time this scene was performed, Joseph maintained a calm, indifferent demeanor. He played the role of a grieving father who had lost his beloved daughter and now had to take on the responsibility of raising the innocent children Elizabeth had left behind. He appeared pitiful and worried in front of everyone, making everyone think he was enduring an irreparable pain. Thanks to this elaborate setup, Joseph fooled everyone. No one could have guessed that, right beneath their feet, in the dark cellar just a few meters away, Elizabeth, the daughter they thought had left home, was being imprisoned and brutally tortured by Joseph. Elizabeth had given birth to a total of 7 children, one of whom died in infancy, 3 living in the cellar, and 3 living above ground with their parents. The children and Elizabeth survived day by day in the dark cellar, relying solely on the meager food and water Joseph brought down each week. The cellar where Elizabeth and the children were imprisoned for decades was truly a hellish place. There was no heating, no fresh air, only cold walls and a tiny window that never opened. Surrounded by darkness and dampness, not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. The electricity was often cut off, sometimes for hours, but at times lasting up to 10 days. Without electricity, water, or light, even cooking hot meals for the children became impossible. In the damp and dark conditions, the walls gradually became moldy, and the cellar turned into a haven for rodents. It wasn't until 1993, after Elizabeth and the children had lived in the cellar for nearly a decade, that Joseph Fritzl added 2 more rooms, equipped with a heater, a refrigerator, and a shower. But even with these slight conveniences, it remained a prison with no escape. The children grew up in darkness, knowing nothing beyond the moldy walls and the endless, eerie silence of the nights. Summer was the harshest time. The air in the cellar became thick and stifling, unbearably hot. The temperature from outside made the walls scorching, turning the cellar into a giant oven. Yet, despite the hardships, Elizabeth never gave up hope, still clinging to the dream of one day escaping this hellish place. Throughout the 24 years, Joseph continually reminded the prisoners that the cellar was rigged with gas traps and high-voltage electricity. They could die if they tried to escape. He threatened that if the cellar was breached, gas would flood in and kill everyone. To escape, Elizabeth would have to get through 3 locked doors. However, in reality, there were no traps as he claimed. How long Joseph intended to imprison Elizabeth was uncertain. But in 2008, an unexpected event occurred. After 24 years of suffering in darkness and pain, a surprising event changed everything. Kirsten, Elizabeth's 19-year-old daughter, fell into a critical health condition. With a high fever, delirium, and a weakened body, Kirsten could no longer endure the suffocating life in the cellar. With no other options, Elizabeth had to kneel and beg the cruel father Joseph to save her daughter. Though unwilling, Joseph could not ignore the serious condition of Kirsten. Reluctantly, he agreed to take Kirsten to the hospital. Naturally, Joseph could not allow everything to be exposed too easily. He fabricated a familiar story. Elizabeth sent a letter explaining Kirsten's condition and pleading for help. Kirsten was taken to the hospital, but her condition was too severe. The doctors couldn't determine the cause of her illness. All treatment methods seemed ineffective. Throughout that week, the police began to feel that something was off. They directly interrogated Kirsten about her family. But Kirsten, who had never seen the sunlight, was unable to answer. The girl had no memory of the outside world, and could not talk about a family she had never truly known. The doctors, after being unable to find the cause of Kirsten's illness, made an important decision. They requested the mother, the only person who could provide crucial information, to come to the hospital to help her daughter. At the same time, the police's suspicion grew. They revisited the disappearance of Elizabeth Fritzl years ago, examining the letters Joseph claimed Elizabeth had sent to the family. These letters seemed to have inexplicable discrepancies. Therefore, they decided to reopen the investigation. Under pressure from the hospital and the police, Joseph had no choice but to agree. It was the first time in 24 years that Elizabeth was allowed to step out of that hellish cellar. When Elizabeth arrived at the hospital, the police immediately approached her. Initially, Elizabeth was too afraid to say a word. The fear for the lives of her children still imprisoned in the cellar prevented her from speaking. She knew that even a small slip-up could lead Joseph to kill all the children. After hours of persuading and ensuring her and her children's safety, Elizabeth courageously recounted the entire horrifying story. The dark secrets she had endured for 24 years were finally revealed. This was the moment that ended her hellish days under the hands of the devilish father, Joseph Fritzl. On that fateful night, as Elizabeth's testimony was presented, Joseph Fritzl, who had imprisoned and abused his daughter for 24 years, was immediately arrested. This horrific case shocked the entire nation of Austria. But not only did Joseph face the severe consequences of his crimes, Rosemary, his wife and Elizabeth's mother, was utterly devastated upon learning the truth. The woman who had always trusted her husband and never suspected anything suddenly fell into panic. The house she had lived in for so many years, which she thought was a home, now became the scene of brutal crimes. The fact that the husband she trusted and lived with had deceived, concealed and committed heinous acts right beneath their house was unbearable for her. Immediately after the police arrested Joseph, Rosemary quickly left the haunting house. In her mind, the questions relentlessly tormented her. How could she have not noticed? How could Joseph deceive her for so long? The police, after thorough investigation, believed that Rosemary and those living in the apartment were completely unaware of the crimes Joseph had committed. The cellar where Elizabeth was imprisoned was built and designed in such a secretive way there were no clear traces for anyone to detect. Joseph had cleverly concealed everything, from installing iron doors to fabricating fake letters from Elizabeth. Neighbors, friends, and local authorities were also shocked by the horrifying truth, a secret that had been hidden for so long that no one could have suspected. The evil father quickly faced appropriate justice. Elizabeth and all 6 children received maximum support from the Austrian authorities to rebuild their lives and relearn how to be normal again. Case 3. Stephen Paul Watkins was born on February 7, 1976 in Beardstown, Illinois, to parents Dale and Penny Watkins. The couple also had a daughter, Stephen's sister, Ashley. Growing up in rural Chandlerville, Illinois, in population 500, everyone knew Stephen to be a really great guy. He was genuinely kind to everyone and always looked out for people. Stephen loved family and was eager to start a family of his own someday. His mother noted how he was always the one who would be holding his younger cousins and looking after them. After high school, Stephen decided that he wanted to see the world beyond Chandlerville. So he joined the Coast Guard and planned to head off to Virginia. But that wouldn't be the only new adventure in his life. Stephen's ex-girlfriend was pregnant, and before he left, their daughter, Alexandria, or Alex, was born. Stephen was all in when she was born and doted over every little thing about his new baby. His mother recalled how he would sleep right next to baby Alex's bed, holding her tiny little hand. Once Stephen was stationed in Virginia, his ex-girlfriend would bring Alex to visit him. Then, after several visits, the mother decided that Stephen could care for Alex better than she could. So, she gave him full custody of the child. Alex moved in with Stephen full-time when she was 2 years old. Although challenging, Stephen thrived at being a single father to his precious daughter. After he completed his Coast Guard service, the two of them returned home to Illinois to resume their lives. It was after moving back home that Stephen met Jennifer Webster. Jennifer was pretty, bright, friendly, and came from a well-established religious family. Her family owned their own pallet and forest products company in town, and were said to be financially successful. Jennifer's grandmother, Shirley Skinner, who was described as a gracious Christian woman, was said to have once owned her own daycare center. The family was extremely close-knit. So close, in fact, that multiple generations of the family lived in the same large house on Horseshoe Drive in Ashland, Illinois, a small farming town just 20 miles northwest of Springfield. The entire family got together every single night for 15 years to eat supper together. Stephen and Jennifer worked in nearby buildings, Stephen for the State Department of Health and Jennifer for AT&T. The two buildings shared a parking lot, and they would both park there. After admiring Jennifer from afar, Stephen finally worked up courage to ask her out. Once he did, the pair began dating and their relationship took off fast. Just weeks after they began dating, the couple tied the knot in August of 2006. They bought a house on Horseshoe Drive, just down the street from where Jennifer's parents and grandparents lived in Ashland and 30 minutes away from Stephen's family. Shortly after that, the couple announced that Jennifer was pregnant. They would soon welcome a new baby together. But the relationship began to fall apart almost as quickly as it came together. Stephen told his parents that Jennifer's family, who had once happily embraced his daughter Alex, made it clear that she would never be part of their family, even telling her so directly. And in general, he said that Jennifer and her family treated him like an outsider. The friction between the pair continued to grow, even as they welcomed their new baby in the summer of 2007. They named her Sydney. After the baby was born, Stephen's mother recalled how Jennifer wanted her and her family to be part of Sydney's life, to the exclusion of everyone else, including Stephen. Stephen shared with his mother that he barely got to see his own baby. Every day after work, Jennifer would take the baby to her parents' house and stay until 9:30 or 10 p.m., only returning home when it was time to go to bed. Stephen realized that the only way he might get time with his daughter was by divorcing Jennifer and getting court-ordered visitation. So after less than 2 years of marriage, he filed for divorce. The same day that Jennifer found out that Stephen had filed for divorce, she called the state's child welfare agency and accused Stephen of sexually abusing both of his daughters, a claim that a state investigation would later rule was unfounded. As the divorce proceeded, Stephen, who was fighting for full custody, was granted regular visits with his daughter. But the Skinner family often prevented those visits from happening, telling Stephen that Sydney was sick. Jennifer's mother even claimed that Sydney would wet her pants and cry whenever her father came for a visit. Stephen had learned the hard way that the Skinner family was a closed unit, or as some neighbors described, clannish. They typically did not allow outsiders into their circle, and now that they had sweet baby Sydney, they had no more use for Stephen and were annoyed by his insistence on being part of Sydney's life. With the Skinner family denying Stephen his court visits, he had the police accompany him on one of his planned visits. When they arrived, 2 male family members answered the door, telling them that the baby wasn't there. They were forced to leave without her. Stephen was very calm and cool the whole time. When I met with him before and after, he said that, "Larry, all I want to do is see my daughter. That's all I'm here for. I'm not wanting to cause any problems with them. All I want to do is see my daughter." I told Stephen that after talking to the men and how angry they were towards him, I told him that when he came back that I would have someone with him for his benefit in case something should go on at that time. And then Stephen would make his final attempt. Police arrive on the scene, not certain what they'll find. The caller stated that Stephen had been shot, but that the grandmother needed attention. Emergency medical personnel arrived to find Stephen lying on the floor, having clearly been shot in the head. Emergency responders asked the distraught grandmother, Shirley Skinner, what happened. She responds, "Is he dead? I shot him. He shouldn't have come back here." The city's police chief, Jim Birdsell, arrived and asked Jennifer what happened. She said that Stephen forced his way into the house, knocked his grandmother down, and was coming after her and baby Sydney when her grandmother shot him. So the police chief went to get a statement directly from the grandmother. But when he went to ask her what happened, she had already lawyered up. She was talking with her lawyer on the phone, who advised her not to talk to anyone. Shortly after that, Jennifer also obtained an attorney and also stopped talking. Her grandfather, Kenneth Skinner, who was in another room of the home at the time, watching television, was not talking as well. With everyone who was present in the house at the time of the murder refusing to talk, police investigated the scene, but were left to unravel the complicated mystery on their own. Based on the grandmother's appearance and their investigation of the home, they didn't find any evidence that Shirley Skinner had been shoved. Stephen Watkins had been shot one time in the back of the head, and he was not armed. With the small town having typically dealt with petty crimes, the police chief had never actually conducted a homicide investigation prior to that. He tried handling the investigation himself, but the case just dragged on for months with seemingly little progress and no arrests, until he finally called in state investigators to take over the case. But by then, precious time had passed, as well as numerous missed opportunities. Beyond the initial investigation of the scene, police had little to no forensic evidence to help them determine what had taken place. No gunshot residue tests were conducted on the family members. No blood spatter tests were performed. There were no recorded statements, and there were no fingerprints. They were able to ultimately test DNA on the weapon, but the results were not definitive. Birdsell, along with 3 first responders, did recall seeing 2 parallel scratches on the webbing of Shirley's hand that drew blood, consistent with marks that would have been made when firing the type of weapon used if she was holding it improperly. But they did not take any photos. Once the Illinois State Police were brought in to take over the investigation, the family dynamics that were at the center of it all began to surface. It was no secret that the Skinner family was a closed unit. Outsiders were just that, and they preferred it that way. According to Jennifer's uncle Ed Skinner, Jennifer was spoiled rotten. Whatever Jennifer wanted, she got. The world revolved around her, and she and her grandmother were extremely close. Law enforcement looked into Jennifer's first marriage and found that it didn't last long either. Her former husband had divorced her, citing the us versus them mentality, noting that he and any others were shunned from her family. On the day of the murder, Stephen was scheduled for a court-ordered visit with Sydney. It was also the day before he and Jennifer were scheduled for a court hearing to discuss increased visitations for Stephen. That morning, Jennifer's mother, Deborah Webster, had hired a private investigator to come to the Skinner home to observe Stephen picking up Sydney. With Stephen fighting for full custody of Sydney, the Skinners were worried that Stephen would be awarded overnight visitations during the hearing the next day. With Deborah claiming that Sydney would cry and wet her pants when her father would pick her up for visits, they had hoped that the private investigator would perhaps observe something during the pickup that they could use against him at the hearing. But shortly prior to the pickup, Deborah told the private investigator to not come. She said the reason she canceled was because a child psychologist told her that any such third-party observations would not make a difference in the custody fight. Stephen arrived at the Skinner home to pick up Sydney. That part is undisputed, but everything beyond that point is subject to who you ask. In general, the Skinner family would later contend that the shooting was self-defense. But authorities believe that Stephen showed up for his court-ordered visit, was likely told he could not have the baby, possibly using the excuse of her being sick again. He likely protested, saying it wasn't true. They may have invited him in to check for himself, at which time, as he turned to head toward the room where the baby was, shortly grabbed the 9mm handgun from a shelf above the television and gunned Stephen down as he walked away from her at a distance of 15 to 20 feet. Not at all consistent with a self-defense scenario. No one tried to administer help to the 32-year-old father after he was shot. He lay face down where he fell. Once emergency responders and Chief Birdsell arrived on the scene, and everyone clammed up, the only statements they were left with were the few admissions that Shirley had made to emergency responders and the statements that Jennifer had made to 911. With Shirley's admissions, it seemed like a straightforward case. But was it? People had their suspicions. The story was heavily covered in the local news, and residents had their own theories about who actually pulled the trigger, pondering whether Jennifer was the actual shooter and not her grandmother. The public was split in their speculation. Jennifer's Uncle Ed was one of those people who speculated, but he was much closer to everyone involved than the average onlooker. He strongly felt that Jennifer had shot Stephen herself, or convinced her grandmother to do it for her. Why? For starters, he knew all too well the family dynamics that were at play, namely Shirley's willingness to cater to whatever Jennifer wanted. He said that there was nothing that Jennifer could ask for that she didn't get, and from many people's perspectives, based on what was coming to the surface, Jennifer did indeed have far more motivation to kill Stephen than her grandmother, including the weapon used to kill Stephen actually belonged to Jennifer, not Shirley. Jennifer stood to gain the most if her estranged husband were to die, including custody of their daughter. While the DNA on the gun was found to definitely not be Shirley Skinner's, results could not rule out the possibility of it being Jennifer's. And then there was the 911 call. In it, Jennifer can be heard clearly stating, implying that she was directly involved in the confrontation with her estranged husband. But she would later tell authorities that she was in another room when the shooting took place and only overheard the confrontation, directly contradicting what she said in the call. I heard the door slam open, and I heard my grandmother's talking back and forth. And honestly, I didn't know who it was at first. And I heard her screaming, "Stop, stop." And then I heard a pop, and that's all I heard. I mean, it was a matter of seconds. But evidence pointing towards Shirley Skinner was compelling as well. Starting with the scrapes the officers and first responders noticed on the webbing of Shirley's hand, since they were consistent with firing the type of weapon used if it was held improperly. Investigators felt that conclusively put the gun in Shirley's hand. And of course, there were her damning statements. Early on, Shirley readily acknowledged that she was the shooter. Oh, and there's one more thing. One of Shirley's employees reported that about 1 month before the murder, Shirley offered him and another employee $10,000 if they would cap or kill someone. When they asked if she was joking, she replied that she was serious. The second employee said that he had memory issues. And while he didn't deny that the solicitation took place, said he didn't recall it. The employee who did recall it said he still thought that she was joking despite her saying she was serious. But that didn't matter. The solicitation itself was enough. Stephen's mother, Penny Watkins, had no doubt that Shirley had killed her son, but she felt that there were other people involved. Regarding the claim that her son attacked the grandmother, she stated lies. "My son was never aggressive toward anyone. And self-defense? You don't shoot somebody in the back of the head when they're walking away." And the authorities agreed. Despite the claims of self-defense, investigators believed that Shirley Skinner had executed Stephen Watkins in cold blood. Their findings were enough to have an arrest warrant issued for her arrest. But arresting her wouldn't be as easy as they thought. After the investigation had gotten underway, Shirley and Jennifer were not sticking around for everyone to figure out what happened. Despite having generations of the family in the Ashland home, Jennifer and her grandparents packed up baby Sydney, and the four of them moved to Florida. That made it harder for law enforcement, but it didn't stop them. 10 months after Stephen was murdered, authorities arrested Shirley Skinner and charged her with 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of solicitation of murder. Prosecutors offered Skinner a reduced bond to allow her to potentially be free pending trial, on the condition that Jennifer allow Sydney visits with Stephen's parents 1 day per week. But according to Uncle Ed, Jennifer blew up and refused. So, her 73-year-old grandmother remained in jail until her trial. With all of the pre-trial publicity, the trial was moved to a different county. Shirley Skinner's trial began on May 3, 2010. Jennifer Watkins did not attend the trial. Throughout the trial, it was clear that the Skinner family had no love for Stephen. Without any reasonable explanation presented about why they hated him, one juror asked directly why the family had such animosity towards Stephen. Stephen's mother testified that she felt the family disliked Stephen because he would not conform to their way of life, daring to not live, eat, and spend all his time with them, and instead opting to also spend time outside the family, including with his other daughter, Alex, and other family members outside the Skinners. Jennifer's Uncle Ed would later also reveal that the family didn't approve of Stephen's family's way of life, including drinking and smoking. The prosecution presented their view that the Skinners considered Sydney their property, and they weren't willing to share their property with anyone outside the Skinner family, not even the child's father. They cited Shirley's admission to first responders that she shot Stephen, along with her other statements. The prosecutor argued that Steve Watkins was executed, shot in the back of the head. Regarding Shirley Skinner, he claimed, "She's not a fine Christian woman. She's selfish as the rest of her family." But Shirley's defense attorney suggested that someone else shot Stephen Watkins, and that the admissions were made by an elderly woman experiencing heart distress. They made the risky decision of not pursuing a self-defense claim, and instead focused on the police not having enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that their client was guilty. They pointed to the sloppy police work, noted that there was no physical evidence tying his client to the murder, and argued that Jennifer was the person with the most to gain from killing Stephen. And with almost no forensic evidence linking the vulnerable-looking religious matriarchs to the shooting, it did indeed appear that the prosecution didn't stand a chance. The defense was so confident that Shirley did not take the stand, and they did not call any witnesses. The prosecution knew the physical case against this sympathy-inducing grandmother looked bleak. They had known it from the very beginning, so much so that back before the trial even began, they had offered her a plea deal of serving 10 years in prison. She had turned it down, opting to take her chances on a trial. It turned out to be a bad call. On May 6, 2010, after less than a week-long trial and 90 minutes of deliberation, including lunch, the jury found 75-year-old Shirley Skinner guilty of all charges. She was sentenced to 55 years in prison for the murder conviction, plus 15 years for the solicitation. Had she taken the plea deal, she would have been out in less than 9 years. The family was shocked by the verdict, including Uncle Ed. They felt the police had botched the investigation, and had they done a thorough job, the grandmother's claim of self-defense could have been proven. Deborah Webster remarked that she thought it would be at least a hung jury. Everyone knew that the 70-year sentence would mean that Shirley Skinner would die in prison, but the judge insisted that the case was not a minimum sentence case. "I don't want my signature on a 20-year sentence." During sentencing, he also addressed Shirley. "I can't imagine what his 2 daughters are going to think of you, Mrs. Skinner, that you took their father's life." After hearing all the evidence of how devoted, upstanding, and non-confrontational Stephen was, the judge also remarked, "He obviously was a really good guy who tried to keep things calm and played by the rules." And again to Shirley, "You call yourself the matriarch of the family, but you go out the back door with an 18-month-old, and her father comes for a legal visit," he scolded. Shirley Skinner was headed to prison. And if you thought that was the end of the story, think again. The Skinner family was just getting warmed up. So sit tight for today's roller coaster on the Z section. At the end of 2010, 2 years after the shooting, and just a handful of months after Shirley Skinner was sentenced, a grand jury hearing was convened to further probe the shooting death of Stephen Watkins. With all the relatives having invoked their Fifth Amendment rights to remain silent during previous grand jury proceedings, they suddenly decided it was time to speak. They claimed they had wanted to speak out, but had been advised by their attorneys not to do so. Shirley's husband, as well as Jennifer's mother and her husband, all testified that the state had identified the correct shooter, Shirley Skinner, but that she had acted in self-defense and should be freed. Deborah Skinner testified that, "I would not let my mother take the rap for my daughter. If my daughter did it, her butt would be in there, not my mother." Jennifer's uncle attended the hearing, but did not speak to the rest of the family. Shirley's husband, Kenneth, commented regarding Ed, "There goes Eddie. He's going to try his best to make it look like his mom," referring to Shirley, didn't do it. But we know better. And Jennifer Watkins, who had also refused to testify up until that point, testified under a grant of immunity. After the hearing, the special prosecutors said he did not expect to file any additional charges against anyone else. As of the making of this video in 2024, no one else has ever been charged, nor is there any indication that anyone else ever will be. Toward the end of 2010, Stephen Watkins' family filed a wrongful death suit against Jennifer Watkins and her family on behalf of Sydney and Alexandria. They alleged that the Skinner family conspired to murder Stephen and destroy evidence that could have helped prove that Stephen Watkins did not force his way into the Skinner home, including burning clothing they wore the night of the murder, getting rid of evidence, including carpeting from the spot of the shooting, and a broken sconce. After the killing, Jennifer and Shirley fled to Florida and would not divulge their location. As Stephen's wife, Jennifer had a financial motive to participate in the killing, and they claimed that the family conspired to murder Stephen to ensure that they would get sole custody of Sydney. Other than seeking reimbursement of medical, funeral, and legal expenses, the Watkins did not seek any other damages, and according to their lawyer, wanted to learn the entire truth about what happened. The case was settled by an insurance company in 2014, with each of Stephen's children receiving just over $23,000. And before 2010 came to a close, Stephen's parents were awarded visitation of their granddaughter, Sydney, under the grandparent visitation statute. The judge who awarded the visitation commented, "There is an evil in Jennifer Watkins that I do not understand. It is an evil that is going to harm this little girl unless Dale and Penny Watkins are granted visitation. Without meaningful visitation, the court is absolutely convinced that mental or emotional harm will come to this little girl." When Jennifer asked the judge to delay the visits, he flatly denied her request, remarking, "I feel sorry for Sydney, primarily because she lives with you." But Jennifer had no intention of Sydney's grandparents having regular visitations. She allowed a handful of visits, but within a month of the ruling, she moved to Florida with Sydney again. So in March of 2011, Jennifer Watkins was arrested. Florida law enforcement had picked her up for failing to allow the court-ordered visitations, while Illinois authorities attempted to extradite her back to Illinois. She posted bond, but was arrested again the following month. Illinois authorities were unsuccessful at extraditing her back to their state, and Jennifer was eventually freed after 5 months in jail. 2 years later, in 2013, Illinois authorities issued another warrant for her arrest. Florida police attempted to execute her on several occasions, but each time either no one answered the door or they were told that she didn't live there. She remained in Florida for years before moving to Massachusetts in the summer of 2016. Once there, Jennifer was promptly arrested again on a fugitive from justice charge. Sydney was sent to live with her aunt, Stephen's sister Ashley, and her family. Jennifer was able to post a $5,000 bond after a week in jail, so she was released on the condition that she clear up her warrant in Illinois within 2 weeks. That meant facing the Illinois court system again. She wanted her daughter back, but she needed funds to fight. Amidst all the arrests and custody hearings, Jennifer met and got engaged to Frederick Thomas Jampa, who Jennifer called Tom. They met at their Seventh-day Adventist church, and Tom had his own share of legal and financial woes. Although he had donated more than $17,000 to the church in 2010, he filed bankruptcy that same year. He had also been previously suspected in a murder-for-hire plot, pleaded guilty in a $175 million fraud scheme, and was named in several other fraud lawsuits. There was even a criminal investigation into his involvement in a murder attempt against the lead attorney of an insurance company suing him. Jennifer's association with such a questionable companion would not help her custody battle. She claimed to have broken things off with him once their relationship was discovered. After filing a motion for full custody in November of 2016, Jennifer Watkins, now going by her maiden name of Jennifer Webster, created a GoFundMe page called Bring Sydney Home. She was trying to raise $35,000 for her legal expenses and court-ordered psychological exams. She wrote, she then goes on to disparage the judge who granted the grandparents visitation, stating that she also claims that Sydney cries herself to sleep each night and has been forced to sleep on a floor. The Watkins refuted each of the claims Jennifer made, noting that Sydney was living a happy, normal childhood. Jennifer's custody hearing, where she was fighting for full custody, did not go well for her. Sydney shared how her mother told her to say that she cries every night to go home to her mother and was forced to sleep on the floor. Sydney also shared with the court that she preferred to stay with her Aunt Ashley and her family. Jennifer spent several minutes apologizing for her past actions, trying to convince the judge that she was a changed person who now realized that what she'd done was wrong, even choking up as she spoke. Spectators watched stone-faced, as did the judge. Jennifer asked if she could be granted unsupervised visits, since the supervised visits she was currently granted were costing her $140 per session. He responded instead. He ruled that Jennifer had neglected her daughter by denying her grandparent visitations. Stephen's sister, Ashley, would be granted permanent guardianship of Sydney, and the only contact Jennifer would have with her from that point on would be supervised visits and phone calls. The following year, Jennifer would sign over custody to Ashley to avoid risking losing her parental rights entirely. Jennifer continues to have a supervised visit every other week. In 2011, the Court of Appeals overturned Shirley Skinner's solicitation of murder conviction, calling the testimony of the employee who Skinner allegedly solicited equivocal and vague. Her murder conviction and the 55-year sentence associated with it was upheld. In January 2014, for years after she was sentenced, 78-year-old Shirley Skinner submitted a petition for clemency, citing her deteriorating health. During the resulting hearing, Shirley's daughter said that her mother has had 3 strokes in prison, resulting in a fall and concussion each time. She also claimed that her mother has broken her arm, has been on heart medication, and has had several bouts of cancer. She also shared that the family is deeply sorry for the pain the incident caused and said that the family, including Shirley, asks for forgiveness daily. Shirley's 81-year-old husband pleaded, "Shirley is the love of my life. It's just been hard on me. I'm not used to living by myself." Skinner's representation argued that she is 78 years old, is sick, and is no threat to anyone. She requested that she simply be allowed to go home to be with her husband over 60 years. The Watkins family was there to object to the clemency. A special prosecutor representing them noted that any health concerns that have arisen since Skinner was incarcerated have been addressed by the Department of Corrections. Stephen's mother was skeptical about Skinner's health claims and suggested they were exaggerated to evoke sympathy. She noted that Shirley had never offered any apology or displayed any remorse to the Watkins family. She said that the first she had ever heard any member of the Skinner family express remorse was during that very hearing. She testified, "I know Shirley's elderly. I know she's sick. She was that way 5 years ago when she murdered my son. She didn't give him any mercy. She should get the same sentence Stephen did. Life with no mercy." Stephen's 14-year-old daughter, Alex, also pleaded to reject Skinner's clemency. She said, "It's easier knowing that the person who forced me to live without my father is also living without her loved ones." With Skinner having already exhausted all her state appeals and petitions, which were either denied or dismissed, the clemency petition would likely be her last option for getting out of prison. Shirley Skinner's petition for clemency was denied. So unless extenuating circumstances arise, Shirley Skinner, now in her late 80s and incarcerated at Logan Correctional Center in Broadwell Township, will not be released prior to her projected parole date in 2064, at which time she would be 129 years old. Next up, Jennifer's mother, Shirley's daughter, Deborah Webster. The morning after she spoke at her mother's clemency hearing, Deborah, too, was arrested for allegedly failing to pay the family's legal bills. Case 4. A high-nosed bridge, fair skin, and deep blue eyes. Those meeting Mikhail Popkov for the first time often described him as quite attractive. Popkov smiled frequently, even during interrogations with police, his mouth often curling into a smirk as he recounted all his crimes. "I lived a double life," Popkov said softly as he began his story. "On one side, I was an ordinary man. On the other, I was a murderer, and I carefully concealed everything. I knew it was a crime." Mikhail Popkov remembered his murders vividly, how he approached his victims, where he took them, and how he attacked and killed them. He called himself a cleaner, claiming his mission was to make the world purer by assaulting and killing every woman who displeased him. A twisted and cruel mindset that led to the deaths of many innocent women. Popkov's crime spree and the police's hunt for the killer unfolded like a detective thriller, gripping, horrifying, grotesque, and dramatic. At that time, in Russia's Far East, brutal turf wars between gangs were rampant and deaths were no longer shocking. Disappearances and unidentified bodies seemed like mere signs of the chaos. But one late October day, the dismembered body of a young mother was discovered in the Angarsk forest, awakening the entire city. The victim was naked, bearing 6 sharp force injuries, and most horrifyingly, her head was missing. Other parts of her body were later found scattered in the forest, along the M53 highway connecting Irkutsk to Moscow. Forensic analysis concluded the victim had been assaulted before death. Despite the severity of the crime, the investigation quickly reached a dead end as local police were stretched thin, dealing with Siberia's criminal gangs. Just days later, Angarsk plunged into terror again when a shepherd stumbled upon the bodies of 2 young women on the city outskirts. These 2 girls had been reported missing by their families, only to be found a day later, naked and mutilated. The method of killing was consistent with the previous case, but this time, the number of victims had doubled. 3 murders in rapid succession, brutally executed. Before police could recover, the body of a medical student was found in a garbage bin in Angarsk just a week later. The girl had been attacked with a weapon that left her body severely deformed. Her head was missing from the scene, only to be found later in another district. While the first case was still unsolved, new victims continued to be discovered along the death road, M53, which cut through Angarsk from Irkutsk to Moscow. March saw the highest number of bodies uncovered as the melting snow revealed corpses hidden beneath the ice. Autopsies showed that the victims had consumed large amounts of alcohol and were savagely attacked. All the victims were women aged 16 to 40, showing signs of sexual assault and blunt force trauma to the head. The killer dismembered their bodies after killing them. Notably, all victims were discovered on Wednesdays, and bite marks were found on some bodies, leading to the nickname the werewolf or the Wednesday killer. By this point, Angarsk was gripped by sheer terror. People avoided going out at night, women traveled in groups, and families with daughters locked their doors even during the day. Despite mobilizing every available resource, the police were left with scant evidence. At that time, investigative technology was primitive and limited, leaving the killer's identity a mystery. After months of deadlock, the case finally saw a breakthrough when a near victim managed to escape and report the crime to the police. On a freezing night, 15-year-old Svetlana Mizyevics burst into the police station, naked, trembling, and bleeding from the head. Her sudden appearance in the middle of the night startled the officers on duty. The moment she crossed the door, Svetlana collapsed to the floor from exhaustion, stammering that she had been kidnapped by a police officer. The officers were deeply confused and skeptical. They struggled to believe the frantic girl's claims, and quickly clothed her before tending to her wounds and calming her down. About 2 hours later, after regaining her composure, Svetlana began recounting her ordeal, a story that left everyone astonished. Around 9 p.m. that evening, Svetlana had been walking along a deserted road when a police patrol car pulled up beside her. The uniformed man stepped out, acting friendly, and offered her a ride. Unquestioning, Svetlana agreed and got into the car, which sped off down the deserted road and into a remote forest. Once the road disappeared and trees surrounded them, the man's friendly demeanor vanished. He ordered Svetlana to strip. Although she resisted, she was overpowered by the strong man, who then smashed her head against a nearby tree, causing her to collapse. Svetlana lay unconscious in the freezing weather, with temperatures below 0°C. In her heart, she believed she was certain to die. Yet, when she regained consciousness, she realized the man had left her there, alone. Using every ounce of strength left, Svetlana ran through the dark forest. She didn't stop, fearing that even a moment's delay would give her attacker a chance to return, and this time, there would be no escape. However, Svetlana's story was met with skepticism from the police. How could an officer commit such a crime? They suggested that perhaps she was mistaken due to her panic. Some investigators theorized that the attacker could have been a driver, a railway worker, or a cemetery laborer, disguised as a police officer, to lure women walking alone at night. Despite months of relentless investigation, the police remained at a standstill. Meanwhile, the mysterious killer continued to terrorize women who had the misfortune of walking alone at night. The series of brutal murders, with the same violent methods and mutilated bodies, had now claimed 22 victims, some of whom had even had their organs removed. Buoyed by his ability to kill repeatedly without being caught, Popkov grew confident in using the same method. He targeted women walking alone near bars or red light districts, luring them into his car while posing as a police officer. He would then drive them to a forest along the M53 highway or another remote location to commit his crimes. Popkov chose his weapons randomly from tools in his car, but he often used an axe or hammer to easily dismember his victims. According to Popkov, women walking alone at night were careless, readily engaging in conversation with him and agreeing to get into his car. This perceived recklessness fueled his desire to punish them. In his chilling killing spree, Mikhail Viktorovich Popkov nearly revealed his identity during one murder, when his victim turned out to be Maria Lazina, 35-year-old, his daughter's music teacher. It was a bitterly cold winter night when Popkov encountered Maria leaving a late class reunion. He stopped his car and offered to drive her home to avoid the biting cold. The murder happened spontaneously. At that moment, Popkov suddenly felt the urge to kill the woman sitting in his car. Instead of taking Maria home, Popkov drove to a remote forest, where he struck her repeatedly on the head with a metal rod until she lost consciousness. Seeing her motionless, the killer got back into his car and left. However, Popkov made a critical mistake. He accidentally left evidence on the murder weapon and some of Maria's personal belongings at the scene. A few hours later, realizing his blunder, Popkov rushed back to the scene to destroy the evidence. To his shock, Maria was still alive. Instead of sparing her, Popkov decided to finish the job. He took a shovel from his car and brutally attacked the unfortunate teacher. Maria Lazina's body was found a few days later in a dismembered state, alongside the corpse of another young woman. Ironically, when news of the teacher's death spread, Popkov's daughter, Nikolina, asked her father for money to contribute to Maria's funeral arrangements. Popkov showed no remorse and even willingly provided financial support for the funeral. To everyone around him, he continued to play the role of a model father and a respected police officer. No one could have imagined that he was the one responsible for Maria's tragic death. The murder of Maria Lazina provided the police with key clues, surprisingly leading them to a familiar name, Mikhail Popkov. However, Popkov being a suspect presented a major challenge for the police, as he maintained an impeccably perfect facade. Popkov was a well-liked and respected officer among his colleagues. He was married to Elena, also a police officer, and had a daughter named Nikolina, who was a teacher at the time. Investigators viewed Popkov as a devoted husband and father. Remarkably, on 2 occasions, when the police visited his home to question him as a suspect in 2 murders, his wife provided him with solid alibis. His clean record and the alibis supplied by his wife Elena allowed Popkov to easily escape suspicion from the police. When the investigation hit a dead end, detectives decided to revisit the case of Svetlana, the sole survivor of the horrifying murder spree. Svetlana vividly remembered the face of her attacker, who wore a police uniform and drove a patrol car. During her ordeal, Svetlana had memorized every detail of the car, confidently identifying it as a Lada 4x4, a type of off-road vehicle commonly used by the police. When shown a photo of Mikhail Popkov, Svetlana identified him with certainty as her attacker. Shockingly, the police still did not believe her. At the time, investigators chose to trust their colleague over the victim. The case file related to Svetlana was shelved and stored in the archives without further investigation. Svetlana repeatedly filed complaints, but the police continued to insist that Popkov, their esteemed colleague, could not be the perpetrator. It wasn't until investigators closely analyzed the cases that they discovered matching tire tracks from a Lada 4 to 4 frequently used by police officers. This led them to finally consider that the killer could indeed be one of their own. Authorities then ordered DNA testing for 3,500 current and former police officers in Irkutsk. When the DNA results came back, the truth about the 2-decade-long serial killer was finally uncovered. DNA evidence from the crime scenes matched perfectly with Mikhail Viktorovich Popkov. The image of Popkov as a model husband, loving father, and dedicated officer that he had carefully built over the years completely collapsed. The question that arose most frequently at this point was why a police officer, a symbol of justice and morality like Popkov, would commit murder. Delving into his past, it became clear that Popkov's brutality stemmed from betrayal. Mikhail Popkov was born into a middle-class family in Irkutsk province, southeastern Siberia, Russia. His childhood was unhappy compared to his peers, as his mother was an alcoholic, and Popkov himself was abused by family members. At the age of 20, Popkov trained to become a police officer in the Irkutsk region, where he met and fell in love with Elena Popkova. The couple married shortly after getting to know each other, and eventually had a daughter named Ekaterina. Popkov's colleagues described him as friendly, sports-loving, extroverted, and cheerful. He was also always willing to help others. Popkov's life seemed perfect, a happy family, good friends, and a respectable career. Everything changed in 1909 when Popkov unexpectedly returned home and found his wife chatting cheerfully with a male colleague. Treating his friends like family, Popkov wasn't initially upset or suspicious about the man's presence. However, 2 used condoms in the trash made him think otherwise. Though unwilling to believe it, deep down, Popkov knew his wife had been unfaithful, which deeply wounded him. After the man left, Popkov furiously confronted his wife, but she didn't provide a satisfactory answer. In that moment, he began harboring a twisted belief that all women in the world were incapable of being faithful. His hatred for his unfaithful wife and alcoholic mother became the primary reasons behind the once respectable police officer's descent into merciless killing. Popkov decided to punish all the women he deemed immoral or unworthy of ethical standards. Using his police identity as a cover, Popkov executed his plan to cleanse the city of women, cleverly deceiving his colleagues by taking late-night shifts. After completing his work, Popkov often visited bars, bus stops, or red-light districts to hunt. With his uniform and insider knowledge of law enforcement, Popkov carried out a series of gruesome murders, claiming the lives of 82 innocent women at the hands of the werewolf of Russia. Popkov was eventually sentenced to life imprisonment after confessing to killing more than 80 people. Despite the overwhelming evidence, his family still believed he was innocent. The serial killer's wife told the media that she had never suspected her husband of doing anything wrong and expressed her support for him, hoping for his release. Even the 27-year-old daughter of the serial killer wanted to investigate the case herself to prove her father's innocence, stating she didn't believe anything presented by the authorities. Case 5. On November 15th, a farmer working in a sugar cane field to prepare for the next crop suddenly noticed a foul stench. After searching the area, the man was horrified to discover a headless woman's body. Terrified, he immediately ran to report it to the police. Haiku City police promptly arrived at the scene to investigate the case. After thoroughly examining the area, the police found many signs of a struggle and dried bloodstains, indicating that the sugar cane field was also the crime scene. A forensic examination revealed that the victim was around 30 years old and had not given birth. On November 17th, police published information about the victim in the newspaper to locate her family. On the same day, a middle-aged woman reported her daughter missing. A police officer at the station happened to read the news about the headless body and noticed many similarities to the missing person case. After comparison and identification, they confirmed that the victim in the sugar cane field was indeed the missing daughter of the middle-aged woman. The victim was Mo Ming, an actress from a theater troupe in Haiku City. When police visited the theater troupe to question her colleagues, they noticed a man who appeared distressed and sad upon hearing about the case. Upon inquiry, they learned that the man was Luo Iba, who had been in a long-term relationship with the victim. When a police officer approached him and asked if he was the victim's boyfriend, the man appeared stunned, did not answer, and immediately asked to leave. Knowing that Luo Iba was the last person to see the victim alive, the police summoned him for questioning. He admitted to meeting the victim on the night of November 13th, saying they had a late-night meal together before going their separate ways. Luo Iba insisted he had no idea where the victim went afterward, but as he spoke, he was sweating profusely. Finding his behavior suspicious, the police looked into his background and uncovered a secret. Luo Iba was born in 1974 in the old district of Xinhai, Haiku City. At 19, he enrolled in the Guangzhou Xinhai College of Arts. Thanks to his singing talent, he was invited to perform with several music and dance troupes in Guangzhou. On the eve of the Lunar New Year in 1998, the 24-year-old returned to his hometown in Hainan to celebrate the holiday with his family. One day, a former classmate brought his younger sister to visit Luo's house for the new year. To entertain his guests, Luo Iba cheerfully took everyone out for karaoke. Confident in his singing abilities, he grabbed the microphone and performed several romantic love songs. Throughout the night, the young man became the prince of love ballads in the eyes of his friends and family. Wang Can, the 17-year-old sister of Luo's classmate, quickly became enamored with the young man and his incredible voice. Being young and inexperienced, she felt as though every song Luo Iba sang was meant for her. Their eyes occasionally met, and sparks of love quickly ignited between their hearts. Wang Can, born in 1982, came from a family of doctors in Chiang Mai, Haikou. Her parents ran a local clinic and were financially well off. From a young age, she was intelligent, a talented singer and dancer, and often participated in singing competitions. During her middle school years, she consistently achieved excellent academic results. In 1998, she was accepted into high school as the top-ranking student. What her parents never anticipated was that their bright daughter, who was expected to smoothly enter university, would fall for a man 8 years her senior and neglect her studies. After that fateful meeting, Luo Yibo and Wang Can began a secret relationship. Although he knew his girlfriend was still a high school student, Luo Yibo believed that a diploma held no value for someone pursuing a career in the arts. As a result, he encouraged her to drop out of school and pursue a career as a star. Under the sweet temptations of her boyfriend, the 16-year-old girl gradually lost herself. She frequently skipped school to secretly meet her boyfriend, causing her grades to plummet. In March 1999, after she was absent from school for 3 consecutive days, her homeroom teacher hurried to her house to investigate. It was then that her parents realized she had dropped out of school and began driving around the city searching for her. A few days later, the couple spotted their daughter embracing a young man on the street. Furious, her mother, Chen Ling, stormed over, slapped the young man across the face, and dragged her daughter home. To prevent her daughter from engaging in a premature relationship, Chen Ling personally drove her to school every day and kept a close watch on her. However, these efforts couldn't stop her daughter from pursuing her love. A week later, Wang Can snuck out of school to meet her boyfriend. At his urging, she decided to run away from home and move in with him in Guangzhou. After learning of this, the friendship between Luo Yibo and Wang Can's brother ended. Her parents were powerless to persuade her and reluctantly allowed her to live her life as she wished. Thus, the 16-year-old girl dropped out of school and left home to chase her love. The young couple lived together in a rented house. A year later, she gave birth to their first child. At just 17 years old, Wang was barely able to take care of herself, let alone become a mother. Lacking parenting experience and living in poverty, the couple had no choice but to return to their hometown with their sickly baby before the Spring Festival in 2000. Seeing their daughter now a mother, Mr. and Mrs., Wang had no choice but to accept the reality. Since Wang Can was only 19 and could not legally register for marriage, the two families held a wedding ceremony instead. The young couple's life was far from the blissful picture the naive young girl had imagined. Luo Yibo was a domineering man with a patriarchal mindset. Dissatisfied with having a firstborn daughter, Wang Can was determined to give him a son. In 2002, she gave birth to their second daughter, which only deepened Luo's disappointment. Undeterred, she tried again a year later to have a son, but instead gave birth to their third daughter. At just 21 years old, Wang Can was already the mother of 3 young children, while her peers were still studying or beginning their careers. Despite being the mother of 3 children, she never forgot her dream of becoming a star. In the summer of 2003, the couple left their 3 daughters in the care of her parents and moved to Haikou to look for work. They could only sing in nightclubs to earn a living and send money back to their family. In 2004, the Haikou Opera Troupe held a large-scale recruitment of actors. The couple eagerly applied and were fortunate to be accepted. While the wife was assigned supporting roles, Luo Yibo was chosen as a lead actor. On July 3, 2004, the performance hall on the 2nd floor of the Star Theater on Airing Road, Haikou City, was nearly full. Hundreds of locals gathered to watch a play performed by the Haikou Opera Troupe actors. After the performance, Luo Yibo headed backstage and went directly to the leading actress, who was removing her stage makeup. He openly gave her advice on how to improve her acting and singing skills. Seeing her husband speak so bluntly, Wang Can broke out in a cold sweat. To her surprise, the lead actress smiled sweetly and thanked Luo Yibo for his advice. The lead actress was Mo Ming, born in 1978 in Sanya, and she was unmarried. She began studying opera at the age of 15 and had become a key young actress in the troupe. Seeing how the other woman didn't take offense at her husband's remarks, Wang Can admired Mo Ming's humility and generosity. Afterward, she took the initiative to approach Mo Ming and frequently sought advice from her. Mo Ming was happy to help, and the two quickly became the closest friends in the troupe. On stage, the mother of 3 often helped her best friend change costumes for performances. In their free time, the two went shopping, hung out together, and frequently shared their most personal secrets with one another. At the beginning of 2005, Wonkin decided to bring her eldest daughter to the city because she missed her dearly. She enrolled her daughter, Luo Shuang, in an elementary school near the opera troupe. To give her husband more time for his career, she took on all the household chores while caring for their child. However, due to neglecting her work, Wonkin's acting skills deteriorated over time. On the morning of June 18, 2005, seeing that her daughter had a high fever, she hurriedly took her to the hospital. Once her daughter's condition improved, she remembered that there was a performance scheduled that morning. Rushing to the theater troupe, she found the atmosphere tense. Although her husband and her close colleague were trying to explain the situation to the troupe leader, he refused to listen. The troupe leader decided to fire Wonkin for abandoning her work and causing disruptions to the performance. Before leaving the troupe, she asked Mo Ming to continue teaching her husband more singing techniques. To ease the financial burden on her husband, she started looking for work everywhere. However, for a woman who hadn't finished high school, finding a job wasn't easy. In desperation, she decided to rent a stall and started a barbecue business at the night market. At first, Luo Yibo felt guilty for his wife, seeing her stay up late and wake up early to work. After each performance, he often went to the night market to help her manage the stall. But gradually, he began to feel ashamed when talking about his wife, who worked at the night market with others. Even at home, he became increasingly distant and spoke less to her. During this time, Wonkin wanted to conceive a son for her husband, but couldn't get pregnant due to her exhausting work. 2 years later, she became a well-known homemaker, running a successful barbecue stall at the night market, while her husband's career flourished. He landed leading roles and frequently traveled to perform in places like Hong Kong and Malaysia. The gap between the couple grew wider while her husband dressed stylishly. Wonkin's clothes were always permeated with the smell of food. One summer night in 2006, Wonkin closed her stall early due to a slow night. While pushing her cart past a small eatery not far from home, she suddenly witnessed her husband kissing another woman goodbye. And that woman was none other than her best friend, Mo Ming, dressed in fashionable attire. She immediately dropped her cart and ran over, screaming curses and grabbing the hair of the woman who had stolen her husband. Luo Yibo quickly rushed over, tightly holding his wife while signaling his mistress to leave. Mo Ming hurriedly flagged down a taxi and left in a panic. Back at home, the unfaithful man admitted to having an affair with his colleague. He confessed that they had crossed the line many times and had been meeting at hotels. It turned out that ever since Wonkin was expelled from the theater troupe, Mo Ming had been taking excellent care of Luo Yibo. Not only that, she helped him secure many lead roles. After each performance, the two often strolled together, chatted and laughed. Eventually, after getting drunk at a celebratory party, they developed romantic feelings for each other. Early the next morning, while her husband went to work, Wonkin, feeling hopeless, went out to buy a bottle of pesticide. She was heartbroken, realizing that she had dropped out of school early, sacrificed everything for love, and given him 3 children. Yet she couldn't compare to the mistress from the theater troupe. Feeling that life was unbearably cruel, she decided to drink the bottle of pesticide. By noon, her daughter returned home from school and was horrified to find her mother foaming at the mouth. She immediately called emergency services and phoned her father. Thanks to timely medical attention, Wonkin survived. To make amends with his wife, Luo Yibo promised to sever ties with his mistress. He even called Mo Ming in front of his wife and handed her the phone to ensure she could monitor the conversation. The family temporarily returned to peace. In September 2006, Wonkin brought her 2 younger daughters from the countryside to the city for school. However, in early 2007, some close colleagues in the theater troupe secretly revealed something to Wonkin. Her husband and Mo Ming had resumed their relationship 6 months after breaking up. At times, they flirted openly in front of the troupe members and frequently went out together like a couple in love. Hearing this, Wonkin was furious and wanted to confront them at the theater. But she refrained, fearing it would damage her husband's career. Instead, she went to Mo Ming's house and met her mother. Upon learning that her nearly 30-year-old daughter was involved with a married man, Mo Ming's mother promised to demand that her daughter end the relationship immediately. As soon as Wonkin left, Mo Ming's mother was so enraged that she suffered a heart attack and had to be rushed to the hospital. This incident infuriated Mo Ming, who insisted she wasn't involved with a married man. "Mom, don't believe that woman's nonsense. They're not legally married, so how could I be the other woman?" she said nonchalantly. Seeing her husband continuing his affair with the other woman, Wang Can went to Mo Ming's house again. But this time, Mo Ming's mother sided with her daughter, was annoyed by Wang Can, and drove her out of the house. What angered Wang Can even more was the change in her husband's attitude. Faced with her tears and pleas, he seemed indifferent and declared that he no longer loved her. Feeling helpless, Wang Can had no choice but to call on both sides of the family for help. Luo Yibao's parents furiously scolded him and demanded that he immediately end his relationship with the other woman. Unexpectedly, after being reprimanded by his parents, Luo Yibao became even colder toward his wife and insisted on separating. Wang Can then realized that she had wasted her youth on a man who wasn't worth it. Her future, along with that of her 3 children, seemed more bleak than ever. From early 2008, Luo Yibao began openly flaunting his relationship with the mistress from the theater troupe, rarely coming home before midnight. He used his indifferent and cold attitude to extinguish any hope his wife had of reconciliation and push her to leave him. By September 2008, Wang Can learned that her husband and his mistress were set to fly to Thailand for a performance on November 20th, with plans to possibly stay there long term. She approached Mo Ming, begging her to leave her husband, but the mistress's defiant attitude only fueled her anger. "We used to be the closest of friends. I've tried to leave him, but I can't," the cold-hearted mistress replied. Hearing this, Wang Can threatened her, saying she would face retribution if she didn't back off. On November 3rd, Luo Yibao's passport was issued, and he informed his wife of his plans to travel abroad at the end of the month. He told her not to wait for him and promised to send regular living expenses for their children each month. His words ignited a fire of hatred within Wang Kansas, thinking about the 10 years she had devoted entirely to him, only to end up with nothing. Her resentment grew. Wang blamed everything on Mo Ming, believing that if the mistress were eliminated before leaving for Thailand, her husband might change his mind and stay with his family. On the morning of November 4th, despairing over her husband's absence, she called a man and asked for his help to deal with her husband's mistress. The man she contacted was Deng Hao, 32, a longtime friend of Luo Yibao, who had often acted as a mediator during the couple's conflicts. Seeing Wang Can in tears and desperate, and learning of his friend's affair, Deng, a man of integrity, agreed to help her. Wang secretly purchased a large kitchen knife and a sharp blade, hiding them as they planned their next steps. On November 12th and 13th, 2008, Luo Yibao and Mo Ming had performances scheduled in the suburbs of Haikou. Knowing that the troupe usually returned late at night, Wang asked Deng to wait at an intersection near the theater troupe on the main avenue. Before this, they had hired a taxi, telling the driver that they were going to settle a score with the third party after an affair involving her brother to avoid raising suspicion. Around 3 a.m. on November 14th, the theater troupe's bus returned to Haikou, stopping at the intersection on the main avenue. The couple got off the bus last, then went for a late-night meal before parting ways, unaware they were being followed. After parting, the mistress walked alone on a road looking for a taxi. Wang Can and Deng immediately approached her and forced her into a taxi. Realizing the danger, Mo Ming fought back, screaming for the driver to stop and hurling insults at Wang. To avoid alarming the driver, Wang asked him to stop the taxi near an abandoned sugarcane field in the suburbs. She lured her husband's mistress out of the car, lying that she was taking her to meet Luo Yibao's parents. Trusting this, Mo Ming reluctantly got out of the car, but soon the two women started fighting in the sugarcane field. Being smaller in stature, Wang was overpowered and knocked down by Mo Ming. Seeing this, Deng rushed in to help Wang subdue Mo Ming. The two strangled her until she stopped breathing. Deng was terrified, but Wang Can quickly pulled out 2 knives, cursing and attacking the lifeless body. They hurriedly cleaned up the scene and returned to Haikou before dawn. On the way back, to mislead others, Wang used Mo Ming's phone to send messages to her lover, her mother, and even her supervisor. The message to Luo Yibao read, "To be honest, I've had a new boyfriend for a long time. Last night's meal with you was the last time. Don't look for me again." The messages to others were similar, falsely claiming that she had a new boyfriend and was leaving the city, asking everyone not to search for her. After receiving the message, Luo Yibao immediately responded, accusing her of abandoning him. However, Mo Ming's mother didn't believe her daughter would suddenly have a new boyfriend. After 2 days without contact, she reported her daughter missing to the police. After committing the crime, Wonkin lived in constant fear. Afraid her children would see her arrested, she stayed in a rural rental house until her capture. On November 17th, Wonkin was arrested at the rural rental house, while Deng was arrested at his home on November 19th. During interrogation, Deng confessed to helping Wong commit the crime and revealed the location where the victim's head was buried. At the police station, Wong admitted to killing the mistress to avenge being betrayed and to ensure her rival disappeared forever. Learning about Wong Can's situation, 128 people, including her relatives, friends, classmates, neighbors, and even her in-laws, signed a petition requesting a reduced sentence for her. They argued that Wong Can was also a victim and that her murder of the third party was an act of desperation. This tragedy was directly tied to Mo Ming's moral failings. After the incident, Luo Yibo resigned from the theater troupe and the two daughters dropped out of school in Haikou. To this day, no one knows where he and his two daughters went. As for Mo Ming, no one felt sympathy for her even though she was the victim. Neighbors criticized her parents for failing to raise their daughter properly. Knowing full well that their daughter was destroying someone else's family and had been confronted by the wife, her parents still sided with her. Many netizens claimed that someone as shameless as Mo Ming did not deserve any sympathy. The most pitiful yet blameworthy person in this case was the suffering wife who sacrificed everything for her husband only to be betrayed by him. In August 2009, a year after the murder, Wong Can was sentenced to death despite the petition for leniency. Deng Hao was also sentenced to death, but his sentence was suspended for 2 years as the court deemed that he had been coerced into committing the crime. Case 6. Anna, born in 1962 in California, USA, is a woman renowned for her beautiful appearance. In 1999, at the age of 37, Anna married Richard, a famous actor and television host in the U.S. Their marriage was admired by many for being a perfect match, and because both were prominent figures in society. After many years of waiting and effort, Anna had to undergo 3 rounds of insemination before giving birth to her son, John. This child became the center of Anna's life, and everything she did revolved around indulging and meeting her son's every demand. The excessive pampering caused John to develop bad habits, such as dependence, arrogance, aggression, and domineering behavior. At the age of 3, when children begin to understand gender and the differences between males and females, most parents would train their children to sleep separately and avoid sensitive actions in front of them. However, Anna had a different view. She believed that maintaining the habit of sleeping together and engaging in affectionate actions with her son was normal and not wrong. Anna continued to pamper John to the point where, at 12 years old, he still hadn't been weaned, and by the age of 15, John was still demanding to sleep with his mother and maintain the same habits as when he was a child. In Anna's eyes, sleeping together and affectionate acts like touching her chest were simply ways to express love and strengthen the bond between mother and son. Every night, instead of spending time with her husband, Anna would go to her son's room, tell him stories, and lie down to hug him to sleep, even though John was nearly 20 years old. This not only reflected an abnormality in how Anna expressed her love, but it also led to more serious problems later on. When John began to experience natural physiological reactions in his body, Anna was aware of it, but her distorted love wouldn't allow her to distance herself from her son. It was only when Richard, Anna's husband, complained about the situation that Anna finally agreed to let her son sleep on his own. Anna, who had been deprived of familial love since childhood, tried to make up for it by dedicating all her love to John. She pampered her son with the most luxurious meals. In addition to 3 main meals a day, John drank goat's milk twice a day and enjoyed deep sea fish and steak dishes. John attended an expensive elementary school with tuition fees up to USD per year, including subjects such as English, golf, and other aristocratic courses. Anna spared no expense to ensure that her son had the best conditions to grow and develop, but all her efforts led to the opposite result. Perhaps it was because Anna frequently told John, "Wait until you're 18 and you'll be completely free," that as soon as he turned 18, John decided to study abroad in England by himself. However, no one could have predicted that this study abroad trip would mark the beginning of a horrific series of tragedies for Anna's family. Without his mother's strict supervision, John gradually lost control. The freedom of life in England, without Anna's protection and management, led him into depraved habits. John began to get into trouble at school, frequently skipping classes and immersing himself in endless parties, late-night gatherings, unclear relationships. His reckless lifestyle was only the beginning of the sad events that would follow. One fine day, John returned to the dorm with a calm demeanor, carrying a large black bag in his hand. His face was expressionless, showing no sign of emotion. His roommate, sitting on the sofa with his eyes glued to the TV, happened to glance at the bulky bag John was carrying. With a curious look, the roommate asked what was in the bag. John turned to look at him, then gave a sly half-smile. In a calm voice, John simply said it was just some of his toys. The roommate laughed, thinking John was teasing him again. But for some reason, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease, even though he couldn't explain why. The black bag seemed too big, too mysterious. However, the roommate just shrugged it off, as John had always been known for his strange jokes. John walked straight into his room and closed the door. In the silence of the room, the only sound was the steady unzipping of the bag. From inside the large black bag, terrifying objects began to emerge. There were guns, ammunition, and a few sharp knives. John looked down at his toys, his eyes gleaming strangely. That evening, as the two sat in the room, John turned to his roommate with a tone that was half joking, half serious. He told his friend not to go to school on May 1st. Curiosity was written all over the roommate's face as he raised an eyebrow and asked why. John glanced at him, then gave a creepy smile and coldly replied, "If you want to stay alive, don't go to school." John's words sent a chill down his friend's spine, a strange and uncomfortable sensation running down his back. But then John suddenly burst into laughter, patting his friend's shoulder as if he had just told a funny joke. His friend let out a sigh of relief, assuming it was just another one of John's sick jokes like always, and didn't pay much attention. He shook his head, thinking John was merely trying to scare him for fun. However, for John, it was no longer a joke. In his mind, a twisted plan had already begun to form. That day, John's school was hosting a large charity event. A cheerful atmosphere filled the campus, with students and teachers eagerly preparing for the evening's program. John entered the school, moving silently like a shadow among the crowd. Unlike every other day, today John wasn't with his friends. He carried a large black bag, filled with what he called his toys. No one paid attention to John, nor did anyone question the strange bag he carried. They were too busy with their work, their excitement and joy, completely unaware that a nightmare was about to unfold. John stopped at the entrance to the auditorium, where a large group of students and teachers were gathered, preparing for the event. He stood there for a moment, his eyes gleaming with a mysterious and sinister look. Like someone surveying the scene, he silently observed the environment in front of him. The radiant smiles, the joyful faces, none of them had any idea that their peaceful moment was about to be stolen. After watching for a while, John slowly stepped inside the auditorium. He closed the door behind him, but this time, instead of leaving it open for people to come and go, John quietly locked it. John slowly placed the black bag on the floor, his hands trembling, not out of fear but excitement. "Well, why?" He carefully opened the bag, then deliberately pulled out a gun, the deadly toy he had prepared in advance. No one in the auditorium noticed John, as they were too absorbed in their tasks. In fact, no one even turned around when John raised the gun toward the sky. That was until the sharp crack of a gunshot suddenly shattered the peace. Everyone in the auditorium was startled in horror, their eyes darting toward the source of the sound. John stood there, gun in hand, a cold smile on his face. In an instant, the peaceful atmosphere was replaced by chaos. Screams filled the air as people realized the terrifying situation unfolding before them. But before anyone could react, John lowered the gun, aiming it directly at the crowd, and began firing wildly. Bullets whizzed through the air, the deafening sound of gunfire echoing around the room. With each pull of the trigger, another person fell, blood splattering, and their screams of agony echoed throughout the auditorium. The scene was straight out of a horror film. John stood blocking the door, which had been locked tight. The crowd, frenzied with panic, screamed in hopeless, but no one could find a way out. Every path led back to John, where his gun continued to spit out bullets without pause. Only when the gun in his hand ran out of bullets did he finally stop. Immediately after the horrifying incident, the school reported it to the police. The investigation team quickly conducted a search of John's residence, and the findings shocked everyone. In John's cramped room, police discovered an enormous stockpile of weapons, enough to equip a small arsenal. It wasn't just a few guns. The amount of weapons and gear John had hoarded far exceeded anyone's expectations. Among the items discovered were bulletproof vests, protective masks, specialized gun mounts, earplugs used to block out noise when shooting, and a torture device called a garrote, commonly used for executions by hanging during medieval times. Additionally, the police found thousands of loose bullets, a homemade 9 cm handgun, and a crossbow with extremely lethal power. These discoveries shed more light on John's twisted mentality and meticulous planning, marking him as someone with antisocial tendencies who was willing to cause a tragedy. The lead investigator in John's case publicly shared with the media that, in his 54 years of service and dedication, he had never encountered such a terrifying case. He admitted that he had never faced someone not only equipped with dangerous weapons, but also harboring such an extreme antisocial mindset that it was hard to believe. With actions that led to serious consequences and threatened many lives, John was sentenced. However, even though the sentence was handed down, the trauma he left behind for the community and those who witnessed it would never be erased. What was even more shocking was not what John had done, but the attitude of Anna and her husband after learning their son had been imprisoned. Instead of feeling remorse or shame, they blamed John's school for being meddlesome, claiming it was the reason their son ended up in jail. Anna and her husband continually defended their son with biased comments like, "He's such a kind boy, he's just a child," as if everything John had done was merely a minor mistake of an innocent child. Their blind love didn't stop there. To get John out of the police station, Anna and her husband spared no effort in using all the connections and money they had. They hired the best lawyers, and throughout the process the couple constantly lamented that they were worried to the point of graying hair about their son's future. To them, John wasn't a criminal, but a victim of misunderstanding. Their blind love became a shield for John's cruel actions. Not only that, to gather enough money to post John's bail, Anna and her husband had to sell their house, liquidating all their assets to save their son. But after successfully getting him out of police custody, the family felt neither shame nor regret. Instead, they continued to display their arrogance as they had before. Anna and her had no hesitation in flaunting their unreasonable protection of their son, as if their family was still the center of attention. When John was escorted back to the U.S., a crowd of reporters and the media surrounded him, recording every moment. Instead of remaining silent or remorseful, Anna shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Stop taking pictures, your cameras are hitting my head." Her words reflected not only her anger, but also her contempt for everyone around her. As for John, he didn't show the slightest bit of remorse for what he had done. When he was led through the crowd, John neither bowed his head nor showed any sign of regret. Instead, he smirked, his cold eyes sweeping over those watching him. Without a trace of guilt, he widened his eyes in disdain, as if the entire ordeal had been nothing more than a game he had won. You would think that after such a horrifying incident, John would change and turn his life around, but no. Instead of learning from his mistakes, John sank deeper into a life of depravity and indulgence. He had no intention of reforming. On the contrary, he arrogantly declared, "I'll live off my parents for the rest of my life because working is too exhausting." This statement caused public outrage and disgust, viewing John as a parasite, irresponsible, with no sense of independence or maturity. In 2019, once again, John's name appeared on the headlines, but this time not for violent acts or reckless antics, but for another scandal tied to his scandalous personal life. Everything began when a well-known hot girl on social media suddenly accused John of irresponsibility after she discovered she was pregnant with his child. The story quickly stirred public attention, as the girl not only accused John of refusing to take responsibility, but also exposed his indifferent and disdainful attitude throughout the ordeal. According to her account, their relationship initially started as a casual fling, with no strings attached. The two met through lavish parties, where alcohol and stimulants were everywhere. However, just a few weeks into their relationship, she found out she was pregnant. Instead of panicking, the girl believed this news could help their relationship go further, and she hoped that John would take responsibility for the child she was carrying. But her hopes were quickly dashed when she broke the news to John. Rather than being confused or worried, John responded coldly, showing no concern. He flat out denied being the father of the child, and even reacted with anger and disdain when asked to take responsibility. John mocked her, calling it a cheap scam, claiming that she was only using his name for attention. John's words were like a dagger to the heart of the young girl, who had trusted in a relationship she once thought had a future. His scorn and belittling attitude not only humiliated her, but fueled her determination to expose the true nature of John to the public. By sharing her story on social media, she hoped everyone would see the real face of the man many had once admired. The incident quickly spread across various media platforms, and once again, the public was in an uproar. However, when asked about her son's incident, Anna remained indifferent, showing neither concern nor remorse. The woman even told the media, "It's just because my son is too handsome that he became a target." Anna's blind protection of John only deepened the public's disappointment. Instead of confronting the truth and helping her son correct his mistakes, the mother continued to enable John's wrongful behavior. This overprotectiveness from Anna caused John to sink further into a cycle of mistakes. Her indulgence only made him more rebellious, contemptuous of others, and increasingly arrogant. As for Richard, Anna's husband, he could no longer tolerate their wayward son and a wife who continually covered up John's every mistake. The tensions had been mounting, and ultimately, Richard decided to file for divorce. The news of their split quickly stirred up public attention. Anna publicly declared that she had been abandoned by her husband, but everyone knew the real reason was rooted in their unruly son, John. Richard had reached his breaking point, as Anna's misguided love for John had become so blinding that it drove their family into tragedy. But that wasn't the end. In April of that same year, John was arrested 3 times in Thailand under alarming circumstances. He was caught breaking into a local's house, stark naked and completely out of control. In an even stranger turn of events, he reportedly picked up a sofa and used it to wipe his face, an extremely bizarre and terrifying behavior. Upon investigation, the police found that John had been using illicit substances, rendering him completely incapable of controlling his actions. Though Anna was accustomed to her son's criminal behavior, this time, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Without hesitation, she flew to Thailand to bring John back home. With her instinct to protect her son at all costs, Anna continued to have John treated in a psychiatric ward and enrolled him in a rehab program. In front of the media, Anna appeared devastated, sharing that she nearly collapsed upon seeing her son's condition. As for Richard, the father who had once placed so much hope in John, he had now all but given up. After witnessing John's repeated downfalls, Richard no longer held any expectations that his son could change. Despite Anna's numerous pleas for Richard to come to Thailand to help their son, he steadfastly refused. Richard was exhausted and had lost all hope, no longer believing in the possibility of John's redemption after all the harm he had caused. Anna's actions, rooted in her blind love for her son, sounded a strong warning to the world about the importance of raising children properly. Overindulging a child, giving them everything without setting boundaries or clear limits, had warped John's psyche. That child grew up suffocated by protection, without the personal space to develop a healthy sense of self. This lack of freedom not only made John dependent, but it also fostered a distorted personality, one incapable of taking responsibility for his own life. The story of Anna and John's family serves as a painful yet crucial lesson for all parents.